Dankeschön. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Ja, perfekt. Alles gut. Wir haben Viertel vor jetzt, oder? Meine Uhr geht nicht aus, richtig. Okay, ich gehe mal schon mal darauf, damit ich mal diese Energie fühle und aufnehme. Kann ich dir das noch irgendwo rein drücken? Das gebe ich dir an der Händchen. Jetzt muss ich, glaube ich, doch nochmal auf WC. Oh, ist das jetzt. Ach nein. Er geht jetzt nicht. Geht nicht mehr. Könnt ihr mir mal was aufs Ohr geben? Ich möchte euch mal Ohr.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and family of Hahnemühle, I'd very much like to welcome you now to the virtual open house of Hahnemühle. My name is Dani Michalski, and I'm very happy and excited to guide you through this virtual program that we're doing for you live all day. Very, very exciting. It's very important you stay tuned all day. By my side, I do have the very charming Mr. Jan Wölf, the CEO of Hahnemühle, who's going to give you a little intro into, well, we're going to talk about the past, the here now, and the future of Hahnemühle. So this is very exciting. This time, because we started this virtual event last year, which was very successful, this time we're going to go beyond the traditional and creative factors, which is actually the traditional fine art and the digital fine art. We're also going to go into life science, which I think is quite amazing and really interesting, because it concerns us all, especially these days. I have to tell you, there's a highlight coming up right at the beginning in this first session. Today, we're going to go live to Berlin. We're going to call a museum the House of Paper and look at actual art that's been done on your papers, Hahnemühle papers. And you might know the name Lars Eidinger. Yeah, you know him from film, movies, TVs like Berlin, Babylon Berlin, Tatort. And he also does this action which is called the live paintbrush. So we're going to see really cool artwork. Also, Rosemary Chockle is one of the artists that we're going to see. She's most of the times top 3 of the 100 modern artists worldwide. So we're going to really get to look at some amazing art. So stay tuned. So all day we're going to produce for you live content here on this YouTube channel. This is going to go on to Hahnemühle's channels, the YouTube and social media channels, tomorrow, the 31st and the 1st of February. Do certainly take advantage of making appointments with the Hahnemühle staff. They're all sitting here waiting for you, questions to be answered. You can call them via phone, via email, but also the contact form on the Hahnemühle website is for you to contact, make appointments. You can even video call and see the factory, which is just a stone's throw away, just about a couple of kilometers from here.
2 kilometers.
2 kilometers, exactly. So very, very amazing, very exciting. And now, Mr. Wölfle, I'm very happy to have you here today. What's been happening? How was 2021 with Hahnemühle, the customers? So good to see you, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much, Danny, also for all the introduction and for the willingness to conduct this activity today as well with us again. And 2021, like for everybody, was again a COVID situation. However, we could go back to normal quite a bit during spring and summer. We even could participate again some nice trade shows, some nice customer engagements and channel engagements. We also had a wonderful, for example, Photopia trade show in Hamburg and also in Berlin. Like mentioned, we introduced and opened the House of Paper. We had very nice activities, inspiring meetings also with Udo Lindenberg, a famous painter and as well as, of course, singer. And we also had...
he's iconic. He's
iconic quite a bit. And we also had Tinake. She is a photographer also together with Udo working with us and discussing with us opportunity, what we should do and how we should change and optimize and further develop the product. So that was quite good. So people had some level of relief when they attended again some normality. That was quite amazing. And we also had a wonderful opening in the House of Paper in Berlin.
Yeah.
And Annette and Ul and Isabel will talk about it later on in a little bit more detail. We had their great, for example, visit from Alexandra Grant. She's the fiancée of Keanu Reeves.
Wow.
And she has also nice traditional artwork there,
cool.
as well as, of course, in her gallery, which she had at that time in Berlin. So overall, all in all, was quite nice because she also came to Dassel actually for more than 2 days and looked at our paper production, looked at our papers in traditional fine art, and looked at what kind of papers she could use for her next exhibition. So we're staying in close contact, and that was quite inspiring and exciting, I must say. However, then now we are back a little bit to the COVID situation. Everything is accelerating again, but hopefully for the last time. And then we are back to normal. And therefore, we decided to do this virtual open house. We expanded beyond traditional fine art, and happy to be here with you again. And very excited what's coming next year.
Amazing. Sounds amazing. Also, I read that you were doing some work with Ellen van Unwaard, the famous photographer. I used to work with her as a model in the 90s.
She is photographing every model actually. That's why we are also done with that.
So amazing information. I just want to also share with you, we're in a completely COVID-compliant studio here in N-Style Studios in Dassel. And if you're asking yourself, how come you're doing such a cool virtual event? Well, you know, the Creative Days, the big art fair in Frankfurt, has been canceled. So Hahnemühle took it to their responsibility and said, we're going to do virtual Creative Days, so to say, in this virtual open house for you to get your input of art. So this, I find, a very good responsibility. Thank you for that. And so as I just heard, 2021 was tough for everyone, but art really can help and also, you know, lift the spirits, which is good for all of us. It can be very therapeutic. So what is expected for 2022, Mr. Wölfle?
Thank you. In 2022, we continue to focus on our customers. We are discussing with our customers every day. We are all the time available for customer discussions, and we continue to focus on quality and availability of our products. Availability of products, especially now in these times of supply chain disruption and during COVID, was quite important. And thanks to all the employees and all the suppliers, we could enable high quality and availability throughout the COVID period, which was really amazing, and we continue to do that.
Yeah, you just keep pushing, never mind if the times are hard or good, keep pushing, and that's a very good sign to set. So before we're going to go live to Berlin, which I'm very excited about, I would like to know about, because I already gave you a little teaser, that we're going to go beyond traditional and creative fine art and digital art. What are the three big branches that Hahnemühle is really all about?
Yes, thank you, Danny. In case you cannot watch all of the detailed sessions later on throughout the day, we have provided here a quick summary around all the three business segments we are introducing or we are having in our company. First of all, I will give you a glimpse of traditional fine art, what's new with traditional fine art. Typically at this time of the year, we announce at Creative World in Frankfurt, physically the new innovations we have in traditional fine art. Today we announce 100% cotton watercolor books in 8 formats, which are a succession and actually add on to the 100% cellulose-based watercolor books, which are very successful. Mm-hmm. And then in addition, we are bringing in traditional fine art toned products, toned paper products. The gray book we had before and the cappuccino book we had before will be extended with the so-called gray pad and cappuccino pad. In addition, we are going to have here today in the studio, actually through live calls and casts into the studio from Berlin, Jens Hübner, a famous urban sketcher, who has developed the cover of the book of the cappuccino pad. And then also we have Rabi Alevi from Munich, a famous watercolorist, and she will discuss about the watercolor book, and she has actually designed the banderole of the watercolor books. So those are our two innovations and two new sections we bring in traditional fine art today. Then secondly, we're also going to talk about digital fine art and the photo segment. So that's actually a segment, the youngest segment. This segment was announced actually 25 years ago. We are counted as the inventor of digital fine art for digital fine art reproductions and high quality photos. Photographers are using also these type of papers to print and sell limited editions at the highest quality levels. We have a wide portfolio, a wide variety of fine art paper. Because of our small paper machines and opportunities, we can therefore produce a lot of short runs. In digital fine art, we are actually extending the very successful Natural line. Natural line, we also sponsored a major initiative, Prints for Wildlife. This year we had in Natural line hemp, agave, and bamboo. We are adding sugarcane. Sugarcane also very sustainable resource, and that Natural line product in digital fine art was really a very big success. And in addition, we bring canvas metallic. Canvas metallic, extending the fine art metallic. We introduced 2018, so we round up the portfolio on the top on the fine art side of the house.
Wow, so much content. Like, wow, really. I'm very excited. All this content we're gonna produce, established for you as the user, as the artist, as a reseller, live today here in Dassel in the COVID-compliant studio N-Style.
Danny, I first one thing.
Yes.
Actually, the last third segment is life science filtration. We also, of course, use the opportunity to show you the innovations we have in life science filtration. Especially these days during COVID, we tried to become very creative and very very quick also with innovations, and we have been very successful with the COVID-19 test cartridge around PCR tests. We also developed compostable masks, medical masks, and FFP2 masks made in Germany. And also in addition, we are basically experimenting with compostable antigen and antibody tests, not the plastic strips we have to use today, everyone all the time. So we wanted to also drive here the sustainability idea a little bit further in life science. Our product manager, Dr. Horst Rosenbauer, will give you an update there, and certainly will also have very nice innovations in life science to be explained.
That's the extra leg, so to say. The extra branch, life science, we're going to get to know today. And Dr. Rosenbauer was saying, oh, that's probably very dry and boring for you. I'm like, no, it's super interesting because it considers, it affects us all these days. We all, you know, due to the given situation, affected by this. And you're right there, right at the moment. So we are going to do all this live content for you today live. It's going to go tomorrow, the 31st of January, on to Hahnemühle's channels, YouTube, social media, so you can rewatch these contents again and again. Also share and link, please. You can get individual appointments from the staff of Hahnemühle and even video calls so that you can see the company, see the products, and even like the insides. So that's really cool. You can call them, email them, go onto the contact form of the website of Hahnemühle and get right in. This is your chance today, all day live, and please profit from this wonderful day. So without much further ado, we're going to go live to Berlin. This is Dassel calling. Can you hear us? Hello.
Hi, Becky. Yay, we can hear you.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Good morning.
Good morning.
House of Paper, live from Berlin. Is this cool or is this cool? Mr. Wöffle, it's happening.
Thank you. Hey, hi Annette, hi Ul, hi Isabel. Great to have you. Thank you for making the time this morning for this virtual open house, and was one of our highlights, or still is one of our highlights, the House of Paper in Berlin, with the fantastic leaders of that museum and also of Dimash Certified Studio. Thank you again for all of your effort you put in place, and why don't you show us around and tell us a little bit what you're doing and offering there?
Before we go around, we want to speak shortly while we sit. My English is very small, but I give my best to reach you.
Perfect.
We want also to say thank you to the big world player company Hahnemühle, and also to the big world player Canon. And together, we three companies, we are very small. What I want to say is, in each big company is people. You speak to single people, and we have the big happiness, we are totally lucky to speak with single people. 5 years ago, when we was on Paris Photo, we saw a fantastic paper artwork, and this make us in fire. And I make a telephone call to Hahnemühle, to Rüdiger Huch, and set him in fire. And what start on this day is a big, wonderful story about paper and paper love and paper experiments. We built one of the most important paper residencies since 5 years. Every year we invite 4 artists from around the world to play sensual with paper, and we are very, very thankful to the Hahnemühle that they supported with lots of wonderful papers. Our goal together is to bring more attention in the art market to the material paper. Normally paper in the art is women. They play with glue and make little things, and it's no big deal. We want to bring in the art world that it is the same important and costly, precious material like every material arts, like terracotta and steel and wood and stone. So, and since 5 years together, we fight for it, with, not like
Physically.
a war, but together we fight. And now, in the end of the 5 years, we have together the House of Paper. And now we go around and show you a few things.
Yes, please show us some art, please. I'm so excited to see Lars and also Rosemary's things. Yeah.
Yeah, also I want to begin. I make it very short.
Yes.
I want to begin with here. It's a big. It looked like
A towel.
Fabric.
It looked like fabric, but it's pure Hahnemühle Britannia. It's
Wow.
aquarelle paper, only aquarelle paper with water and ink, nothing else. And
Cool.
with a lot of feelings. Häutung.
Amazing.
It's like the skin has been shed.
Okay.
The artist
That's very
described it
similar.
as her skin being shed.
This artwork is from the paper residencies from Alex Lebus, and she bring it out in the world under pain and called Blutlappen. Now we go in our room to the very famous artists. Here we have an artwork from Günther Uecker. And also Günther Uecker, and turn around. Here we have the most famous artist from Italy, Monica Bonvicini. She was also in the paper residency. Here we have the absolutely most famous Japanese artist around the world, Leiko Ikemura.
Is this
her
artwork?
first artwork out from paper. She made it absolutely for the House of Paper. Here we have an artwork from Lars Eidinger. It looked like it is, and we love it a lot. And when you turn one time around, here we have an artwork from Rosemarie Trockel. Rosemarie Trockel is, you said it.
She's
It's
successful,
the
very
most
successful.
important artist in the world. She is the important and famous living female artist in the world. She was in the first run of paper residency.
Amazing, and she's a woman, and that's what's good about it. And it's about the people, like you said. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to jump in there because we're getting a little problems with the times otherwise. What I've just realized, I have to come and see this. I have to come and see you people because you do it with heart, with passion, with love. Amazing artist work on Hahnemühle paper. Go and see it. Haus des Papiers, House of Paper in Berlin. Thank you so much for this vision, for this amazing work that you do with passion and heart. Thank you so much, Annette, Uhl, and Isabel. It's so good to have had you here, and we'll see you in a little while in the German format. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye, bye, bye.
Ich habe das Büro nicht erwähnt.
So, wow, amazing. I think it's amazing what's done today, and it's the people, and that's what's amazing.
Absolutely.
I can't wait for all the sessions, for the news, for the launches, launching new products for you, the customer, the end user, for the salesperson, the reseller, right here today. It's on fire. I love it. It's amazing. And full of really new products, amazing energy, people that love what they do, and all day live here today for you. So stay tuned. Thank you so much for being with us. Would you like to share a few last words for this first session?
Yeah, thank you everyone tuning in this morning so early, and really enjoy the session. Please do not hesitate to contact and reach out to anybody. Also, I myself, I freed up my schedule the whole day and also the next 3 days, and we were looking forward to talk with you. And also, if you want, we can also do some live feed into production finishing if you're interested. And enjoy the day. Thank you.
Stay tuned. We're going to have a short break, and we're going to continue in German. And all day is full of wonders today. Freunde von Hahnemühle, ich darf Sie jetzt herzlich willkommen heißen zum Virtual Open House bei Hahnemühle. Mein Name ist Diana Michalski. Ich freue mich sehr, Sie durch den Tag leiten und begleiten zu dürfen heute. Es wird fantastisch, ein vielseitiges Programm. Sie sehen den werten Herrn an meiner Seite. Das ist Jan Wölfle, der Geschäftsführer von Hahnemühle. Der wird uns gleich sehr viel Input geben über diese besondere Firma. Wie Sie vielleicht auch schon wissen, wurden die Creative Days, die große Kunstmesse in Frankfurt, ja wieder abgesagt. Die würde jetzt stattfinden tatsächlich. Und da hat Hahnemühle gesagt, wir nehmen es in die Hand, wir kreieren, etablieren schön kunstvollen Content und stellen Ihnen diese schönen Hahnemühle Papiere, Künstler auch noch vor. Es werden Produkte lanciert und Sie sind live dabei, den ganzen Tag volles Programm. Diesmal geht es sogar über das traditionelle kreative Segment hinüber raus, denn auch Herr Wölfle wird gleich sagen, welche drei großen Beine sozusagen, die drei großen Areale von Hahnemühle wir heute ja, ein bisschen näher kennenlernen werden. Also es heißt Traditional Fine Art und Stationery, Digital Fine Art und Foto und natürlich ist jetzt gar nicht so natürlich, aber Life Science werden Sie heute auch kennenlernen. Und ich finde das ganz, ganz spannend, weil das betrifft uns gerade in diesen Zeiten alle extremst. Ganz besonders freue ich mich auch, muss ich sagen, dass wir gleich jetzt hier in dieser ersten Session live nach Berlin gehen per Videocall und da werden wir ein Museum kennenlernen und dessen Leitung, und zwar das Haus des Papieres. Da werden wir sogar auch Kunstwerke kennenlernen auf Hahnemühle Papier von wirklich fantastischen Künstlern, unter anderem Rosemarie Trockel. Sie ist regelmäßig unter den Top 3 der 100 besten modernen Gegenwartskünstler und sogar Lars Eidinger. Jetzt sagen Sie, kenne ich doch aus Film, Fern und Funk. Ja, genau, der ist es. Diesmal nicht Babylon Berlin oder Tatort, sondern wirklich als wie heißt es, als Live Paintbrush. Also er ist tatsächlich der Pinsel sozusagen und hat Kunst kreiert. Also fantastisch. Es gibt den ganzen Tag, wie Sie sehen, also Live-Content für Sie. Der Enduser, der Künstler, der ja vielleicht auch der gerne möchte und noch nicht angefangen hat. Auch Reseller, also die Verkäufer, alle unter Ihnen. Sie werden lernen über Hahnemühle, die Vergangenheit, das Hier und Jetzt und auch die Zukunft. Es wird fantastisch werden, sogar Produkte werden lanciert werden. Sie sollen unbedingt auch Q&As, treten Sie näher sozusagen, rufen Sie an bei Hahnemühle, E-Mails schreiben, aber auch übers Kontaktformular bitte kontaktieren, machen Sie Termine. Die Staff steht hier bereit für Sie und möchte Ihnen alles zeigen und auch Fragen beantworten. Sodele, jetzt habe ich genug gesagt. Jetzt geht's mal zu Ihnen, Herr Wölfle. Ich freue mich sehr, heute hier Sie an meiner Seite zu haben. Wie ist es? Wie war es und wie geht's?
Frau Michalski, vielen Dank. Guten Morgen auch an alle zusammen von mir. 2021 war für uns wieder ein Covid-Jahr, wie für alle anderen auch. Wir hatten aber auch wieder zurück zur Normalität Aktivitäten. Wir hatten ein Oktoberfest, wir hatten Messen, wir hatten auch gute Veranstaltungen wieder und es hat sich wieder alles ein bisschen normal zur Normalität zurückbewegt. Und wir sind jetzt aber wieder leider in der Situation, dass wir keine Präsenzmesse veranstalten können in Frankfurt. Deshalb machen wir heute auch wieder diese Digital Creative Days digital. Wir gehen aber darüber hinaus und werden auch unsere anderen zwei Geschäftsbereiche vorstellen, die Neuigkeiten in den anderen zwei Geschäftsbereichen und auch nochmal Zusammenfassung in den anderen zwei Geschäftsbereichen. Ein besonderes Highlight war letztes Jahr ganz klar die Digital Creative Days mit Ihnen, Frau Michalski. Für uns war das alles ganz neu, sehr spannend. Aber unterm Strich doch sehr erfolgreich für alle. Deshalb haben wir uns entschieden, das nochmal weiterzuführen und auch dank Ihnen auch das nochmal hier durchführen zu können. Dann hatten wir auch, wie gesagt, schon einige gute Aktivitäten im Sommer in den verschiedenen Ländern, aber auch in Berlin mit dem Haus des Papiers. Dort werden wir auch nochmal weiterhin nachher einen Live-Feed bekommen. Auch ganz tolle Messe in Hamburg, wo wir tolle Gespräche hatten mit Udo Lindenberg. Er ist ein Zeichner, er malt, er singt natürlich auch, hauptsächlich bekannt im singen. Seine Partnerin, die Frau Tine Acke, eine berühmte Fotografin, hat natürlich super gepasst, konnten wir über beide Bereiche mit Udo Lindenberg sprechen und praktisch von ihm Feedback bekommen, was wir im traditionellen Bereich vielleicht für ihn machen sollten oder für die Künstler und auch von der Tine Acke für den digitalen Bereich. Zusätzlich hatten wir da die Möglichkeit, mit Christian Schuller, Germany's Next Topmodel-Fotograf, zu sprechen, der auch sehr kritisch auch noch unsere Mitbewerber benutzt hat, aber ich glaube, ich habe ihn überzeugt, jetzt komplett auf uns umzusteigen. Es gab eigentlich keinen Grund, warum er das gemacht hat. Des Weiteren haben wir mit Ellen von Unwert Gespräche geführt. Sie war immer schon ein treuer Hahnemühle-Nutzer, die bekannt ist von den ganzen Modelfotografien, die sie macht über ihre Karriere, die ganzen aufstrebenden Models, Claudia Schiffer, ich habe Frau Michalski und andere wurden alle von der Ellen von Unwert fotografiert. Und das war auch sehr spannend, von ihr zu erfahren, was für neue Applikationen sie gerne hätte. Also insgesamt war das dann doch ein interessantes Jahr. Auch speziell vielen Dank an die Mitarbeiter und unsere Kunden, aber auch an die Mitarbeiter nochmal. Vielen Dank, da Sie durch schwierige Covid-Bedingungen natürlich arbeiten mussten, aber immer sichergestellt haben, dass wir weiter produzieren konnten und nie Stillstände hatten, wie jetzt andere Mitbewerber waren, zum Teil 2 bis 2 Monate out of production, also nicht im Produktionsfähigkeitsbereich. Da nochmal vielen Dank auch an alle Mitarbeiter.
Fantastisch. Also alles in allem hört sich das sehr erfolgreich an. Und wenn man überlegt, Hahnemühle gibt es seit über 200 Jahren. Also so eine wirklich traditionsreiche, tolle Fabrik mit einem riesen Namen, obwohl es ja gar nicht so riesig ist im Vergleich zu anderen Firmen, boxt man sich so durch und das finde ich toll. Am Puls der Zeit und auch mit großen Künstlern arbeiten. Ja, Ellen von Unwert kenne ich selber, mag ich sehr, die Frau, und eben eine Ikone, genauso wie Udo Lindenberg. Fantastisch. Ja, okay. Also es war ein fantastisches Jahr, trotz allem. Was erwarten wir denn jetzt 2022?
Ja, 2022 werden wir jetzt diese Situation nutzen, auch hier in dem Keynote, dass wir eine kurze Zusammenfassung geben über unsere Produktbereiche und über die Neuigkeiten. Wir werden in Traditional Fine Art, das ist das älteste Segment, 1584, vor 438 Jahren wurde hier in Dassel die Firma gegründet und hat die ersten Papiere in den Markt gebracht. Leonardo da Vinci, Salvador Dali und andere haben auf den Papieren sehr, sehr große Werke gezeichnet. Und bis heute ist es ein sehr, sehr wichtiges Segment mit über 1000 Produkten alleine. Und da wird die Rana Adal und die Barbara Knipper nachher auch nochmal das Portfolio generell vorstellen, weil es wie gesagt ein sehr, sehr großes Portfolio ist, aber auch die Neuigkeiten. Dort werden wir neu einführen dieses Jahr die Toned Sketch Bücher, also die Toned Bücher, die auch früher hatten wir die schon eingeführt als Cappuccino Buch und als Grey Buch, die werden wir jetzt als Blöcke einführen, also als Cappuccino Block und als Grey Block. Danach werden wir noch zusätzlich 100% Cotton, Baumwoll basierende Aquarellbücher einführen. Und in 5 Formaten, das wird Rana und Barbara auch tun, zusammen mit Jens Hübner, einem berühmten Urban Sketcher, der die Blockdecke entwickelt hat für die Blöcke. Und auch eine berühmte Aquarellistin, die Frau Rabi aus München. Und sie wird nachher auch zusammen mit der Rana darüber sprechen und in ihrem Detailbereich ein Update geben.
Sehr schön. Ich habe die Firma jünger gemacht, das macht man ja eigentlich bei Frauen, aber sie ist nicht 200, sondern tatsächlich über 400 Jahre alt. Ja, Wahnsinn, so traditionsreich und trotzdem so am Puls der Zeit. Also es gibt heute den ganzen Tag Neuigkeiten, Informationen, sogar Produkte werden lanciert. Ich bin sehr gespannt auf diese Live-Schalte nach Berlin zum Haus des Papieres. Die Leitung sitzt da und wird uns Rede und Antwort stehen und auch Kunst eben zeigen.
Bevor wir das tun, noch ganz kurz eine Zusammenfassung über die anderen 2 Segmente, genau. Die Digital Fine Art Bereich, Fotobereich, Studio Decor Bereich. Im Digital Fine Art Bereich gelten wir als unangefochtener Marktführer weltweit. Wir haben diesen Bereich erfunden vor 25 Jahren. Das ist ein Bereich, wo hochqualitative Papiere, beschichtete Papiere mit den besten Drucksystemen bedruckt werden können in der höchsten Qualität und der höchsten, längsten Lebensdauer. Und hier zeichnen wir uns aus durch ein brutal breites Portfolio und ganz speziell durch die Natural Line. Die Natural Line, basierend auf Hanf, Agave und Bamboo-Produkte, wird jetzt erweitert mit einer Sugarcane, also Zuckerrohr-Produkt, welches wir lange Zeit getestet haben, aber jetzt ready for Primetime. Also jetzt ist es fertig für die Bühne sozusagen und das werden wir jetzt dieses Jahr einführen. Dann zusätzlich Canvas Metallic wird auch unser Portfolio im Canvas-Bereich abrunden nach oben hinein. Und da werden die Alexander Carteliere, Evelyn Eisermann werden da nachher darüber berichten und auch generell nochmal eine Zusammenfassung bieten. Last but not least, ganz am Schluss, Life Science wird der Dr. Rosenbauer darüber sprechen. 1883 war das ein Segment, wo Hahnemühle auch Papiere eingeführt hat in diesem Bereich. Wir stehen bis heute als Reinheitsgebot im Filtrationsbereich. Wir werden gekannt noch unter dem Firmenverbund Schleicher und Schüll. Ab 2004 waren wir eigenständig, die Hahnemühle, und hat auch seitdem auch wieder weiterhin in dem Bereich starke Zuwächse erzielt, speziell mit der PCR-Testkartusche auf Glasfaserpapier, dann andere Diagnostikprodukte, die Herr Dr. Rosenbauer nachher vorstellen wird.
Genau, das hat sich jetzt nach ganz viel Inhalt gehört. Das sind die 3 Geschäftsbereiche. Das sind wirklich 3 riesengroße Bereiche. Und Life Science, der Dr. Rosenbauer meinte so, das wird sehr trocken. Ich so, nein, das ist sehr spannend. Das betrifft gerade uns Menschen heute eben alle. Und jetzt bin ich ja mal sehr gespannt, dass wir jetzt tatsächlich auch gleich live gehen werden nach Berlin. Ne? Also da bin ich sehr gespannt. Eine Live-Schalte nach Berlin. Digital Calling ist Berlin da. Ja, Berlin ist da. Ich freue mich sehr. Hallo, hallo, hallo.
Hier auf dem Reisebus raus.
Guten Morgen.
Hallo, Dassel, Entschuldigung, wir sind ja online. Wir sind hier im Haus des Papiers und ich weiß gar nicht, soll ich schon anfangen zu reden? Ich rede ja schon. Also Haus des Papiers ist schneller, höher, weiter. Man kennt das ja aus der Welt. Also man will immer der Erste, die Erste sein. Aber tatsächlich, Haus des Papiers gemeinsam mit den Firmen Hahnemühle, Canon, Deutschland und die Marsch, wir haben hier etwas geschaffen, was es auf der ganzen Welt so noch nicht gab und gibt, weil wir trauen uns, den Fokus auf skulpturale Papierkunst zu legen und ausschließlich auf skulpturale Papierkunst. Keine Stiche, keine Signaturen, keine Zeichnungen, keine Malereien, keine Aquarellen, nichts. Nur Papier in seiner reinsten Form als Werkstoff verarbeitet. Soll ich durchreden?
Sehr schön.
Also was wir hier haben, wir gehen mal so ein bisschen rum.
Super. Danke.
Es ist ein Museum und hinter mir sieht man schon ein bisschen, wir haben alles in weiß gehalten, wir haben überall viele Kunstwerke. Ich sage ein paar Worte zum Anfang. Oder nein, ein paar Worte. Heute ist es das weltweit erste Museum für ausschließlich skulpturale Papierkunst. Wir haben hier ein Hahnemühle-Büro, da sind wir auch sehr stolz. Das ist der City Point von Hahnemühle. Und wir haben ein Präsentationsregal, wo wir diese wunderbaren kleinen, kostbaren Dinge zeigen können, die aus Hahnemühle-Papier auch noch entstehen. In erster Linie sind wir aber ein Papierkunstmuseum. Und wir zeigen hier Kunst, die unter anderem in den Residenzen entsteht. Die Residenzen sind etwas, worauf wir auch sehr stolz sind. Vor 5 Jahren hat es angefangen, als wir in Paris auf der Paris Photo vor einem Kunstwerk von Christiane Feser standen. Wir waren so überwältigt, dass wir rausgegangen sind, haben die Hahnemühle angerufen und haben gesagt, Rüdiger, war damals unser engster und herzlichster Ansprechpartner. Wir haben gesagt, Rüdiger, lass uns zusammen Papierresidenzen machen und das Verständnis von Papier als Werkstoff noch viel stärker in die Welt hinaustragen. Und er war sofort begeistert, hat innerhalb dieser großen Firma, ja, das ist eine Weltfirma, aber jede Weltfirma besteht aus winzigen kleinen Ameisen, aus Menschen, die man entzünden kann. Und es ist uns gelungen, die Flamme, die wir selber getragen haben, zu anderen zu tragen. Es ist ein Feuer in dieser Firma entstanden. Und heute stehen wir alle gemeinsam, 3 Firmen, hinter diesem Konzept, Papier als Werkstoff in der Kunstwelt bekannter zu machen. Dieses Ding zum Beispiel hier nennt sich Blutlappen und soll eine Häutung darstellen. Es ist Hahnemühle-Papier in der reinsten Form, ein Aquarellpapier, nichts außer Papier, Wasser und Farbe und Emotionen. Alex Lebus hat dieses Werk in den Papierresidenzen geschaffen. Jeden Sommer laden wir 4 internationale Künstlerinnen und Künstler aus aller Welt ein. Und in den Residenzen entstehen die fantastischsten Sachen. Hier zum Beispiel haben wir ein Werk von der Künstlerin Monica Bonvicini. Das ist leider nicht in der Residenz entstanden, aber Frau Bonvicini war bei uns in der Residenz zu Gast und andere Dinge sind entstanden. Hier haben wir ein Werk von Claire Georgiadze. Auch sie war in den Residenzen zu Gast. Und da sind die wunderbarsten Dinge entstanden. Und wenn wir uns mal drehen, haben wir hier Leiko Ikemura, eine der bekanntesten und wichtigsten Künstlerinnen in Japan oder weltweit, die ihr erstes Kunstwerk auf Papier geschaffen hat, extra weil wir sie gebeten haben. Unser Anspruch mit dem Museum und den Residenzen ist, dass wir den Werkstoff Papier so bekannt machen möchten wie Stahl, Stein, Terrakotta und so weiter. Hier haben wir ein Werk von Lars Heidinger, den wir sehr lange kennen und schätzen, der nicht nur ein Schauspieler ist, sondern auch ein Künstler, der fantastische Fotografien kreiert, die wir unter anderem auch auf Hahnemühle Papier drucken dürfen. Wir sind ja auch Druckdienstleisterinnen. Ich drehe mich mal rum. Hier haben wir ein fantastisches Werk von der Künstlerin Rosemarie Brockel, immerhin die weltweit wichtigste, impulsgebendste und berühmteste Künstlerin der Welt, lebende Künstlerin. Und das gehen wir mal zu Hahnemühle Rice Paper. Auch das ist hier in den Residenzen entstanden. Die Kamera muss, glaube ich, ein bisschen mal rumgehen, um zu zeigen, dass es wirklich ein skulpturales Werk ist. Rice Paper von der Künstlerin Astrid Busch ist entstanden in Paper Residency, was wir seit 5 Jahren betreiben. Und auch diese Werke da hinten sind entstanden in den Residenzen. Das ist von Jana Schumacher. Auch hier haben wir wieder Aquarellpapier in der Verbindung mit digitaler Verarbeitung. Also auch wenn ein Papier nicht beschichtet ist und nicht speziell für den Inkjet vorbereitet ist, kann es für Inkjet verwendet werden. Die Künstlerin hat noch mit Wachsen und allem Möglichen darauf gearbeitet und natürlich mit Emotionen.
Fantastisch, vielen lieben Dank und ich würde gerne einen tosenden Applaus haben für diesen Eindruck. Wow, das sind die Frauen hinter diesem Museum. Frau Bär, Frau Vorer, Frau Thul, vielen lieben Dank für diese Eindrücke, für diese Kunst. Ich muss euch besuchen kommen, Sie besuchen kommen. Sie sollten auch dieses wunderbare Haus des Papiers besuchen gehen. Vielen lieben Dank. Einen lieben Gruß aus Dassel nach Berlin. Das war toll, oder? Wow, vielen, vielen Dank. Tschüss.
Vielen Dank.
So, Sie sehen, es geht hier richtig ins Eingemachte. Diese erste Session da als Intro gibt schon so viel her und genauso intensiv geht es auch weiter. Alles wird hier live in Dassel für Sie zur Verfügung gestellt, heute in einem Covid-konformen Studio natürlich. Und Sie können das ab morgen dann, dem 31. Januar, auch auf Hahnemühle YouTube sehen und auch den Social-Media-Kanälen. Gleichzeitig steht das Personal von Hahnemühle für Sie zur Verfügung, um Antworten und Fragen zu geben. Auch per Videocall bitte Termine machen, anrufen, E-Mail über das Kontaktformular über die Webseite. Sehr beeindruckend, also wirklich wow, es fängt richtig gut an. Und jetzt geht es gleich weiter zu den einzelnen Bereichen. Wir werden Produkte lancieren. Sie sind live dabei, Sie müssen aber jetzt dranbleiben. Viel, viel Spaß, das war tolle Eröffnung. Bleiben Sie dran. Dankeschön.
Ja. Vielen Dank an alle.
Okay, bis gleich. Ciao.
Viel Spaß.
Ich hab nach einem Rädchen gesucht.
Ja, so ein...
Ja, aber nee, ich habe so weißt du, so ein rundes.
Hallo.
Der ist es.
Ja. Ja, ein bisschen, ich habe es ein bisschen doppelt.
Nee, ich höre es gut.
Also ein bisschen nachrauschen, wie heißt das?
Ich höre es. Ich
höre
kann es
dich
ruhig ein
sonst.
bisschen leiser machen, glaube ich. Es wird jetzt nicht leiser oder lauter, wenn ich drehe. Ach so, sorry.
Ja, ein bisschen.
Wurde es jetzt nicht, aber... Hier? Kannst du... Red mal weiter, bitte. Ja, so ist gut. Jetzt ist... Ja.
Jetzt auch klarer.
So ist gut. Ja, danke schön.
Ja.
Alles klar. Ja. Ja. Ja.
Ist das bei dir auch so doppelt so ein bisschen?
Nee.
So verzerrt? Okay.
Kann ich mit dem Ding jetzt einfach noch mal irgendwo hin? Alles.
Habt ihr das Gefühl habt, ihr wollt nicht, dann
Ja.
zeigt ruhig mal auf euer Ohr.
Ja, ja.
Denn ich sehe euch ja die ganze Zeit, dann weiß ich, irgendwas stimmt da nicht.
Ist gut. Nee, im Moment ist alles gut. Gut, ich gehe noch.
Das höre ich gar nicht.
Jetzt sagst du
Echt? Machen wir einfach weiter.
Also eine
Vielleicht.
Zeit lang war es weg und dann jetzt, wo du
Wir
mehrfach
machen
hintereinander, dann war es
So,
wie
gut.
so ein Doppler.
Da muss ich noch mal kurz. Gehe ich noch mal in die Umkleide. Haare noch. Ich wollte wegen den Haaren noch mal gucken, weil die jetzt alles hier so.
Ja, klar, den haben wir. Wir haben ja noch hier die beiden Pflanzen, die hauen letztes.
Ja. Hallo. Oh, jetzt bist du laut, warte. Ja, aber jetzt bist du klarer. Das ist besser. Ganz klar. Ja, perfekt. Ja. Danke.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends and family of Hahnemühle. It is Sunday morning, the 30th of January 2022, and we're sending for you live from Dussel out of the beautiful N-Style studio, just a stone's throw away from Hahnemühle, which is quite exciting. My name is Diana Michalski. I'm here to host this presentation for you today and take you through the new launches of products that you're gonna experience, the user, the artist, the salesman, you're going to experience that live here with us right here, right now. We're in a completely COVID-compliant studio, just to let you know, everything is safe and sound. I have with me two fabulous women by my side, one being Rana Ada. Very good to have you here. And also, she's product manager of this line. And I have Barbara Knipper also by my side. She's responsible for marketing and communication of Hahnemühle. So I'm very excited. We're launching products today. And I'd like to know a little bit, I'm sure the viewers also like to know a little more about you two beautiful people. Would you like to tell us a little bit about yourselves? Rana.
Yeah. Well, my name is Rana. I'm the product manager for the traditional artist papers here at Hahnemühle. And I'm really very happy, and it's a pleasure for me to be here today to present to you, together with Barbara and with you, Danny, our new products 2022.
Exciting. Barbara, let us know.
Hi, my name is Barbara. I'm happy to be here as well and together with you to present our new products. At Hahnemühle, I'm responsible for marketing and communications for the traditional artist papers. As well, I am the contact persons for artists, influencers, and bloggers.
Ooh, so get to know that face, because you need to know her, and she'll give you all the information you need to know, also Rana. So I see a lot of beautiful products, books, pads, also art on pads. Can you tell me something about these exclusive, beautiful products?
Yes, when we did our research on this new product range, we came across forums and artists, people talking in the internet, on social media about the fact that it is quite easy to find watercolor papers made from 100% cotton in pads, in sheets, even in rolls. But when it comes to watercolor books made from 100% cotton, that these are not so easy to find in a good quality, that there is a lack of it. And that was the point where we decided to do our research on that, because we always try to listen to the market, to the customers, but most of all to the artists.
Feedback is important.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so within the last months, we really worked quite hard on that new product. And we are so happy that finally is the launching day, that we can today launch this watercolor book 100% cotton.
And it looks amazing, and you say it's quite rare to find watercolor 100% cotton in a book format, and that you specialize also in.
Yes.
It's amazing for especially watercolor painting techniques, you say. So can you give us, or can you give me also, I'm very excited, to find out more about the detail of these watercolor papers?
Yes. The watercolor paper that is in these books has a cold-pressed surface texture. Cold-pressed means that the paper is slightly textured. It is not too rough, it is not too hot-pressed, it is something in between. So you have a slightly textured paper. And what was really very important to us was that both sides of the papers are identical. So that you have a cold press identical surface on both sides. Because, for example, when you paint using the whole width of the book, for example, you're painting a landscape, you really want to have the landscape look the same on both pages. Because when you paint on a sheet, it's not that important that both sides are identical, because you paint on the pretty side, which is the front side. Yeah. But in books, it is quite, it was in our eyes, it's really important that the surface is identical. So we did this with this cold press surface on both sides. And in addition, it is surface sized. Surface sizing means, well, every paper is sized. Every paper is material sized to keep the fibers together. And in addition, these papers are also surface sized on both sides, which means that you can't see it, you can't feel it, but you experience it while painting on it. The colors stay a bit longer on the surface. They do not get absorbed quite quickly by the paper. So you can play around a bit longer with the watercolor and the water. And you can lift off colors very easily. You can use, for example, masking tapes and masking fluids without any problems. And also it is eraser resistant. You can erase it quite easily. So it is cold pressed, it is surface sized, and it is a 250 GSM quite strong watercolor paper. The color is off-white. It's not bright white, it's not natural white, it's a nice off-white color. And of course, the cotton, the exquisite 100% cotton that we have used for that paper, which is so the special feature of this book. Cotton in general, cotton is a fiber. In the world of watercolor, cotton papers are the best of the best. When you paint on cotton paper, you have the high-class, high-quality paper that you can paint on. And cotton has the characteristics to combine that it is robust, but also smooth at the same time. So these are two very contrary things that are combined in one paper, which means you can really make beautiful wet and wet painting techniques. You can, the colors really flow very nicely over the paper, the colors and everything. So having a cotton paper is really, as I've said, the best of the best. And it's really so much fun painting on that.
Yeah, so you can hear she's not just a product manager, but she's also the artist. I see your art on Instagram.
Yeah,
you have to check her out.
I do paint.
Yeah, she loves painting, she loves art. She does it with her heart and soul.
Yeah.
And I've just heard quality, cold pressed. I was thinking of like, oh, it's like with the olive oil kind of, but it makes sense. Don't overheat it. It's great texture from both sides.
Yeah.
And it's the process. You have a slower process. You can really feel it. So 25 grams, what is it?
250 GSM.
250 grams.
Grams, GSM, grams, right, exactly.
Right, and to be honest, I looked at the art and I'm like, that's a photograph. I mean, it's so beautiful. It looks amazing. Tell me about the sizes of the books. Which formats do you have available?
Yes, we have a lot of sizes. We really wanted to have a lot of sizes because this is such a special product, and we really want to have that you can choose between landscape size, portrait size. We have them in A6, A5, A4 each. And in addition, we really wanted to have square sizes because square sizes are very popular these days. And therefore, we have added also 2 square sizes in 14 by 14 and 19.5 by 19.5 centimeters. So we have in total 8 different sizes that you can choose from. In addition, every book has 30 pages, which means 60 sheets for pure creativity. You have this bookmark in every book, so you can find your pages quite easily. And in addition, the cover material that we have chosen for this product is water repellent, which means, for example, urban sketchers are using these products quite often. They are painting outside, and when it's rainy or wet, so that the book is protected against this environment. So.
Wonderful. What an experience. It's really like a lifestyle, no? Quality. It is, right? She's the artist burning with passion.
That. Yeah, it's already one of my favorite product, I would say.
That's really nice. So I hear also that you're environmentally friendly with this production, which is amazing to hear. Completely what we need these days. And this is the new range. 100% cotton, watercolor, and you're burning for it. And that is what I love, to be honest. So you have it pretty much for like any taste, right?
Yes, we do have watercolor. This is our new watercolor book range made from
launched
100%
right
cotton.
here for you
Yes.
today. Just that you're realizing you're live in a launch. This
Yes.
is amazing, no?
Isn't
Isn't that cool?
It's exciting.
Yeah.
It is.
So for any taste, any format, always water protected on the outside, on the inside, quality. You can paint on both sides. The texture. Oh, I can feel the love for it, I must say. So you have also banderoles, which is completely new to me as an artist. Probably it's not new to you. But tell me more about that, Barbara.
First of all, I would like to point out that all Hahnemühle papers are vegan.
Vegan?
Yes.
Wow.
This is very important because we do get more and more requests regarding vegan papers. And not only these products, I mean really all of our papers are vegan. So if you're looking for art tools, art paper who is vegan, choose one of our Hahnemühle papers.
Amazing. So we're environmentally friendly and we're vegan. So that's another really amazing point that you're mentioning. So what's the story behind these paintings?
We will get there later on, as we have some artists also coming into the launch. I just wanted to also add that our production site, Hahnemühle, is located in a landscape convention area. So this means Hahnemühle always had sustainability in focus. So already before 2008, we were looking for alternative raw materials, and we were happy to launch 2008 our first bamboo mixed media pad, as well as the sketch bamboo pad. So since already 2008, we have papers which are from resource-saving raw materials. And if you might remember, last year, we already also launched our new natural line here, which also contains watercolor paper from agave fibers and sketch papers made from hemp.
I remember you were launching the agave.
Last year.
Amazing. So you keep on developing and you keep on really pushing, even though it's hard times for everybody right now. But I do also think, like, I say art is like therapy, you know, especially in hard times. It's good for the soul, soothing to the soul. So that's really amazing. Also, the story behind these paintings, the environmental aspect, and the love for art and the love for paper. It's up to date. It's completely, wow, this is brand new, launched here for you, so that is even more amazing. I believe we're going to go live, right? We're going to have an artist that is going to go live here, Rabiat Alieva. Do we have her live? Noch nicht. I heard noch nicht in my ear right here. So
maybe you can say something about the artwork we
do
choose
tell me about
for
the artwork,
watercolor
please.
book. When we were thinking of getting a motive for the watercolor book, Rana and myself, we sat together and we were thinking, okay, it has to be something very unique, very high quality. And one name just popped up in our mind, which is Rabi Alieva, also known as Rabi on Instagram.
Okay.
She's very famous for her unique and unmistakable art.
Wow.
And we asked her, and we did send her one of our books, and then she gave us a ring, and she was absolutely thrilled about the quality, about the paper, and the feedback was so good we received. So she was very, very happy to create this artwork. And what we see, she created one, it's the fountain. It's the fish fountain located in Munich at the Marienplatz. And it suits perfectly because it's a meeting point in Munich. And this book is also for traveling, for making sketches on spot. And that's why we just thought, okay, we really felt in love.
So that's the art of Rabi, and I do believe we now have her per video call live right here for you. Hi, Rabi, how are you? Good to have you with us.
Hi. Thank you for this nice introduction and inviting me.
It's so good to have you here. Do tell us a little bit about yourself, about your art, about your connection with Hahnemühle.
So, I'm so excited. Yeah, first of all, it's a big honor to me be here, and also that my art is on the cover of this amazing book. And I would say it's a big thing for all watercolor artists, because we all love, everyone knows that the cotton is like a queen, like cotton paper. So I'm really happy also for my communities that I can say, hey, we finally have something. And yes, and of course I love Hahnemühle.
Thank you.
So nice.
We love you.
So this is so exciting. So you're proud, obviously, to have your art on this book. It's a beautiful painting. How do you come about for an art piece like that? What's the process?
So, like Barbara said, it's in Munich, and it's my favorite place. I also love to paint people. I love to paint landscape. And in this plot, I kind of combine all this together. You can see it's my, I painted also on this book, the portrait, and it's really perfect. You can see how smoothly the paint mix together, and it really gives me time to connect the shapes. And I always say in my workshops, you need to connect shapes. And if the water dries quickly, you can't do it smoothly. So you always have some hard edges where you don't want them. So it's here you can see that it really works well in my complicated technique where I really mix color on the paper. And yes, when you are outside, you need to like improvise. You don't have time for some sketches before, and you need to improvise on the place. So it's really, really nice, and it works nice for my technique especially. Yes.
Wow, it's also amazing to see how you work. That's you working away right there, and you can really see the process of the paper bonding with the water and the color. Wow, look at the face coming alive step by step, and it gives you time, and the process is a beautiful thing, really. No? Time is a rarity. So that's the quality.
Yes.
So you say the quality. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, I have it right here.
Wow. Yeah, just hold. Wow, beautiful.
Can I say that the hardest part was really when I tried it first to give back this book. They are like, you need to send it back because we also need to see. It was an example just to see how it works. And I was really almost about crying because I needed to give it back. And I don't know why I was so waiting or looking forward to these days, because I could proudly announce that I have this illustration on the cover, or I will receive another book to try.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true. We sent out the books quite early, and we were still in the development process, but she needed to keep it a secret. So it was like, today is the launching day, and she needed to wait till today to present this everything to us all.
Wow, so this is the first time that we see Rabiat's art on the cover, because this is being launched today.
Exactly.
Wow, how exciting. I can imagine how you feel. Your smile also shows it, Rabi. Beautiful smile, beautiful artwork, beautiful. Wow, it's very emotional, in fact.
I really was eager to say, and I remember I told like a few days ago, I told in my Instagram, I have something to share with you, and people ask me, what is this? And I'm like, it's good for all of us. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I've just said. It's like art is a very therapeutic, and when you do it with so much love and passion, and then the suspense for a new product and a new painting that's coming out. I mean, I can feel the emotion. Basically, it's amazing. Also, the bond with you, Rabi, and Hahnemühle, that's lovely to see. Congratulations on such a beautiful collaborations also, no?
Thank you.
Rana,
It's so much fun working together.
Thank you.
Really great.
Thank you.
Girl power, I have to say, on this side. Really cool right now. Amazing, well, difficult times with some beautiful experiences that lift up the spirit and also gives a message to all of us, to you, the viewers, the artists, that to continue painting and continue positive. Would you like to share something else with us?
I actually also tried with, we see all the time the portrait, and I want to say that I tried wet on wet technique.
Wow.
And it's really amazing. It's like hold the water, and I already made like every artist that I know, I was telling about this book, and yes, it's something new, something unique. It's, I don't know, I think I will talk about it like few next month, Unstoppable. Yes.
Great. Super.
And I need to go somewhere. I need to travel now because I have book suitable for this. And when Barbara asked me, how would you describe in one sentence, what would you say in one sentence about this book? I told it's like when you are keeping your memory from traveling in the best quality. So it's what I would say, because when you are in somewhere in some nice place and you want to paint it right now, not in the studio, you have this opportunity not to not to make a lot of mistakes. I will not say ruin picture, but yeah, it's like gives you the best to do your art. Yeah.
So painting on the Queen, the cotton, 100% cotton watercolor paper.
But it's also about the texture, about the surface, because it really flows so nicely and amazing. So like last 3 days, I'm painting only on the sketchbook, although I'm in my studio. So it's not only about outside.
I love to hear that.
Oh, that's so amazing.
Real live feedback, super exciting. We're launching here today. This right now is being launched and you're live with us. Rabia, the artist, this is her cover painting. The collaboration is amazing. 100% cotton watercolor in the best quality possible and in a waterproof book. So Rabi, Instagram, what's your name on Instagram?
Rabi.
Rabi.
Voila.
Simple.
So go check her out.
With 2 underlines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to have had you here. We've got to move on. Stay positive.
Yes.
Keep producing lots of beautiful art on Hahnemühle papers, and hope to
Thank
see you
you.
soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I felt the excitement and the love and the passion. What a beautiful collaborations.
So nice to hear that for us as
The
well.
feedback, huh?
The
That's
feedback
the
is
fun.
great.
Yeah,
we knew
because-
that she really liked it, but to hear it once again, it's like, okay, we did everything right, I think.
And to see her, no? The smile, the energy, the positivity.
Yeah.
She's so happy. So that's an amazing new product that was launched right here, right now. I can show you again the cover right here. Zach, where do you want to see it? In which camera? There, voila. What? There's the lighting effect. So there you can see it. The pond in Munich that she loves, and she sits and she paints it right there on the beautiful watercolor paper, 100% cotton. Just launched right here, this beautiful book with a waterproof color. Amazing, 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 amazing. I love the spirit of the show, and it's live for you, the user, the reseller, the artist, the art affinata. So this is amazing already, but you have another new product that we're going to launch right here, right now. Is that right?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's true.
Tell me more.
I'm sure that most of our viewers already know our gray book and our cappuccino book. And the gray book and the cappuccino book, these are papers in 120 GSM that are very smooth sketch papers, and the special part about it, they are toned. And we have now decided to widen the range of the gray book and the cappuccino book by pads. So now we have that paper which is suitable for dry painting technique or for water-based pens such as brush pens, acrylic pens, but also fine liners that we are now offering these also in this pad. in gray and in beige, in each 5 sizes. You can choose between A6, A5, A4, and in addition, we really wanted to have also, again, the popular square sizes. So we offer 2 square sizes in 14 by 14 and 20 by 20 centimeters. The paper is 120 GSM. Each pad contains 30 sheets, and it is always a nice experience to paint or to draw illustrations on a toned paper, because normally you are used to paint on white papers. But when you have a toned paper, you can also use like white gouache or white acrylic pens to lighten up an image, and this really can give a painting, a landscape, or whatever you're painting, some highlights, and this really can look fabulous on such a paper.
So we're still staying with 100% cotton here?
No, this one is cellulose.
Cellulose.
Well, we have many different, in our range we do have cellulose papers, but the special ones are also the cotton paper, especially in the world of watercolor.
Okay.
But this is a sketch paper, so this is a cellulose paper, but toned.
Sketch papers being launched here right now. Cappuccino, gray pad, different sizes, square, all the possibilities for the artist or for the wanting to be artist. So amazing. Also just being launched here for you right now, right here, live from Dassel. So you just showed us already the cover paintings on those beautiful pads. Can you tell me a little bit more about those paintings, Barbara?
Yes, I'm very happy to show these 2 pads and the sketches on them. As what we see is the Victory column in Berlin, one sketched at night and one's at daytime. And what the sketches perfectly transfer is how a toned paper has an effect on the motive. So I guess at the moment, or some people will recognize the artist behind. He is known that he can, only with a few pencil strokes, he can arise landscapes, portraits, urban sketches, and it's always fascinating to look at that. But it looks so easy, but it's not. I know it's not. Yes, when we came up with the toned pads, we were thinking of this artist because he's often using toned papers, and he was very involved in the Grape book already. So we know he would be perfect to present the properties of these pads.
Yeah, and now we've been teasing you a little bit because I remember the name from last year, and I do believe we do actually have him live as a video call. Let's welcome Jens Hübner.
Right.
Hello, hi there, how are you?
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Jens.
Hi, nice to be you. Nice to be here, live here for the show. Hello.
So good to have you with us. You're like the urban sketcher, I hear. We've seen your artwork on the Cappuccino and Gray pad. Tell us a little bit more about you and about sketching, about the collaboration.
Yeah. I'm right here in my studio in the north of Germany, and it was an honor for me to get involved even in the product of the Gray pad and the Cappuccino pad, because like Barbara said, I use a lot the Cappuccino book and even the Gray book, and I want to introduce it a little bit. What's the difference and what's possible with that? For this, I will switch the camera to my hands and I'm gonna show you here. I hope, here we are, And here underneath the camera, I have the Cappuccino book, And this, like I said, it's a great paper because it's very thin, but it's very robust. You can use that for different kinds of techniques. This, for instance, here I used watercolor pencils, or here on the Gray book. And like Barbara said, I'm a lot around in the world. This I made in Hong Kong on a workshop. Here I used watercolor pencils and watercolor markers. So this is possible with these books. And the books are there for traveling. Yeah.
That's great.
So they are really small. If you are on the road with that, you have here. I was in a laundry store and I draw. If I have waiting situations, for instance, yeah, if I'm here in the store and I have to wait to sell my stuff, or if I'm here waiting for my laundry, whatever, this is for on the road. And now we have that new box in different sizes, which is also quite nice. And the difference is you can take off the pages. This is very handy. This is the size A6, and this I made last week when I was driving with my wife in a car. My wife was driving, and I made the sketches and keep the book or keep the pads in my hand. Yeah, and the nice thing is, if you make drawings like this on the paper, what you can take off, you are able to take it out. Yeah, and frame it, put it on the wall, even sell it, or even glue it in your sketchbook. Yeah, this is a watercolor sketchbook from Hahnemühle, my watercolor sketchbook, what I use right now, and I just glued in this portrait here. This is possible, and this is the difference between the gray book and this nice new paper. Yeah, I made the same here with the cappuccino one. Yeah, so put this portrait in, and you can sit in the subway or wherever, yeah, and just keep it in your hands and can do that. There are different sizes. This is a little bit bigger one. And with this square shape, yeah, 20 by 20 centimeters, I was also outside sketching here the landscapes, but you can also do that with different materials. Here I used acrylic pencils. Here I used this watercolor markers, yeah, and the fourth shape here, the gray pad, yeah, a size A4. This is more for the table size. You could put it flat on your table. Here I use the acrylic markers, yeah, so it's possible with different pencils and to work very fast with that, yeah. Or here the Brandenburg Gate in the winter I made last week, I guess, in Berlin, yeah. And here the stormy weather, like we have it right now in Germany, yeah. I want to show you this maybe how it works, yeah. Because the good thing on toned paper is you are able not even to sketch or to paint from light to dark. So on light paper, I make dark lines as usual, yeah. But if you have toned paper, you are able also to go the other way from dark to light, yeah, to set highlights, yeah. This is the special one. And this I like to demonstrate quite shortly here with one of my favorite pencils. These are watercolor pencils, yeah. And I'm gonna show you. So I take the shape and I want to show you how great this paper is because it's very robust. You can also work with that, on that with water because these are watercolor pencils. And if I take now a brush, I have to clean it. So, because I made some tests here. So now I make it wet and I put the color into the paper, but the paper doesn't rip off, yeah, like on other sketching papers, yeah. Now I can set details immediately. I made two things. First, I made smooth edges here, and the second is I made the paper dry, yeah, with my fingers. I don't have to wait like I do that, or like I do have that with watercolor. So I make that, yeah, and I set some contrasts, yeah. The eye in there.
So easy, and it's not.
We're starstruck right now, Jens. We're like completely fascinated. Just keep doing what you're doing. We're just like, wow.
Yeah, I will make it short. Yeah, so now I set the highlights, like I said, from light to dark, but also from dark to light. Yeah, so here appears the shape more and more. Yeah, and with the toned paper, it's really easy. I really love to do that on toned paper because you are not working on white. You don't have to cover everything with paper. It's already covered, and you have this nice effect. Yeah. So at last, and sure, if I work on this beige paper, I work with brown pencils mostly. And if I work on gray paper, I work with gray pencils. But I set some accents. That means I take now some red in there, and look how bright the color comes, even if the paper is toned. Yeah. And now the guy gets a little bit hairs on this, yeah, like this, and this. And this is what it was, yeah? So, okay,
Wow.
Here I want to show how it works. And like I said, it's a great paper, and it's a great opportunity now to have it available even on this new pads, yeah?
Amazing. You know, it's so like, this is, my dear viewers, this is real. We're just as astonished as you are, because it seems like it's a video that we've, you know, recorded. It's not, it's happening live right here, right now. We're all like, oh, Rana, Barbara, and I were starstruck. Jens, you're a fantastic artist. You could fill a museum with your art already. And the book also, I saw that book and I was like, oh, it's priceless in one book. But we hear about the pads, the gray and the cappuccino pads, cellulose, great quality, great for highlighting, the grays and the highlights you can work with for the grays and the blacks. Also the brown situation that you created, and also the colors stay colorful on top. That's one thing I noticed. I'm like, wow, that blue is like cracking, really. Amazing. Thank you so much for this input. Do you have some questions? Because we have him live right here, right now. It's been a while since you've seen him, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, we see him quite often painting, and we're always very astonished about how he can do it with just a few brushes, brush strokes or strokes in general, and then he has an amazing illustration, and we are like, okay, fine, how to do that? But it is always a pleasure to watch his illustrations, and so we really wanted to have it on that pad cover, and very happy. And well, it was also a pleasure to see how you paint live.
Great again.
No, it's a big honor to me to work with a professional company together, yeah, and to produce new products, yeah. In my history, I was an industrial designer, and I think in products, yeah, not even in illustration. And to combine that with Hahnemühle, it's a big honor to me, yeah.
Super, super, super.
Thank you
so much, Jens. We're all
Thank
like,
you.
oh, amazing work. Thank you so much for the input. Cool bike in the background. Stay safe. Continue your work. And good to have had you here. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, wow, how impressive was that?
Yeah,
Is that amazing?
I could watch him for hours.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was real. I mean, we're all like really starstruck. Like it seemed like it wasn't a real video live being painted right then and there. That was live being painted for you.
That's true.
Right here, right now. So amazing. So impressive launch of your climate-friendly new products, vegan, amazing quality. I mean, I feel inspired to start painting because we're all so digital these days, and we know it's not good for us. Painting is something that's good for the human, for the soul, for the heart, and it's back to nature. It feels really, really good. So I'm thankful for you guys to having introduced and launched these products, and we're going to go into the summary of your newly launched products, and we'll show you again the watercolor, 100% cotton,
100% cotton. Our new. We do have that. We do have watercolor book. This watercolor book with 100% cotton. Now, along with our watercolor book that we have launched about 7 years ago, which is made from cellulose. So now we do have a big range of watercolor books for every taste. And this is our new one with 100% cotton.
That's Rana's baby. I can see
It
the
is,
sparkle in the eye. You can see all the different sizes. Just tell us again what sizes those are again, Rana.
We do have a landscape and portrait sizes in A6, A5, in A4, but we also really wanted to have square sizes because they are really quite popular these days, and we really like them as well. And so we also have 2 square sizes in 14 by 14 and 19.5 5 by 19.5 centimeters. So 8 sizes in total.
8 different sizes, and you can hear the artists really with a lot of passion. Rana, being an artist yourself, I love your art on Instagram as well. And so the artists are happy with Hahnemühle, with their new products, and now we've launched them. Now it's out, and you were here live. It's eco-friendly, it's vegan. The quality is amazing, the texture is amazing. The waterproof cover on the book. Also, tell us a little more again about the pads, the gray pad, the cappuccino pad. You're holding them already.
Yeah,
What size
here.
is that, for example?
This is the square size, which is 14 by 14 centimeters. And we have the 20 by 20 as well, which is that one. Then we have the A4, the A5, and the small A6. And next to that, we also have all the papers in books as well.
Okay. So how many different sizes was it again?
We have five in each.
3, 4, 5. Oh, and I love the fact that you can highlight, really. I can imagine for portraits, really, really fantastic. But also the landscapes look fantastic. And the colors stay colorful, and nevertheless that there's a toned paper underneath it. Here you can also see again the art from the artists that we've just seen live. We have images such of Berlin.
Yes, the Victory
The Victory, the angel on top. Beautiful collaborations that you guys started. How long do you guys know Jens Hübner? How long have you worked together?
For many years.
For many years,
I would say for 5-6 years.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
I would say, yeah. Maybe
I
more.
remember the name from last year because it was dropped, and I was like, But now having seen him live, sketch. Also being able to use all the different qualities of brushes, aquarelle, the watercolor, acrylic, sketching, pencil, anything goes really.
Yeah, he's very good in different painting techniques and illustrations.
And
Amazing.
if you like, just follow both artists, which is Rabbi on Instagram and Jens Hübner. Also one sketch one day, I think it's his account now. They will be happy.
Thank you so much for this lovely introduction, for the launch of these products. Vegan, eco-friendly, quality, boom, right up top. You have to now, we got to finish this session. We're done with this launch. It was amazing to see you guys here introducing the new products, the different sizes, 8 different sizes of the book. I want one. I hope I get to get one gifted because it's inspiring to sit and wait, like Jens says, instead of waiting and just wondering. Use your artistry, use the book, use the pad, get cracking, and it makes us feel human also. It doesn't matter if in the beginning you're not that good. It's the process of learning and seeing and developing, and that's what you can do with these high quality instruments, I would say. So now we're going to take a little break. Don't miss the next session. You are going to launch Sugarcane at 11:30 a.m., which is also a brand new paper in the natural line. So do stay tuned. This was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
and gentlemen, friends and family of Hahnemühle, you're tuned into the virtual open house live. We're sending from Dussel today for you. And a particular warm welcome I would like to offer to the global audience of photographer, photo enthusiasts, printers, also print service providers around the globe. My name is Danny Michalski. I am hosting this session live for you. I have wonderful people next to me. I'm going to introduce these two as well in a minute. We're going to find out a lot about digital fine art printing from Hahnemühle. We are actually live launching a new product for you right now, right here. And for me, this is very exciting. I hope for you as well. Everyone's very excited here, I have to tell you. The next 30 to 40 minutes is going to be, for you, a dive into the world of Hahnemühle's famous digital art papers and also the latest innovation. You know, we know, Hahnemühle is considered the inventor of digital fine art papers for inkjet printing. As a pioneer and at the same time being the oldest German paper manufacturer on a super high level, they've been refining real artist papers for photography, for art reproductions, and always keeping those very, very high standards. So actually, Hahnemühle is celebrating the 25th Jubilee in digital fine art printing. If we had an audience, I'm sure we'd get a round of applause right now. Well, we're doing this virtually for you since the Creative Art Fair in Frankfurt is not happening. This is happening for you at home. So get comfortable, open up your senses, and get ready for a new launch of products. So before we get into the details of these products, I would like to introduce to you my, colleagues of today, Alexander Catelleri and Evelyn Eisermann. It's so good to have you guys here next to me. Would you like to talk a little bit about yourself, your passion of Hahnemühle, and welcome you guys. Hi.
Hi, I'm Evelina Eisermann. I'm responsible for the digital fine art and everyday photo marketing and communication. I'm excited to be here today to talk about our natural line and everything else. And who knows, maybe Alexander, Danny, and I can convince you of a paper you've never heard of before.
Amazing. Yeah, you know what? Everyone's so excited and a little bit nervous. I just looked at the screen and you look fantastic. I'm just like, wow, does she look good on screen or does she look good on screen? But Alexander, you look fantastic as well. It's good to have you by my side. Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander and I'm the product manager and business development manager for the fine art papers within Hahnemühle. I'm more than happy to be here today and have the opportunity to take you with me into this world of sustainable products that we have. Hahnemühle Natural Line actually is something that we created years back. With the first product was bamboo. The Natural Line has this very special place within our line as it is completely made with renewable resources and sustainable fibers. Hahnemühle, and we talked it earlier, is a very classical paper maker, and ever since Hahnemühle's business was founded, and think about it, 1584, we've been producing really first-rate paper using natural resources that we found around here. Pure water, pure fibers, and that's since 2008 that we came up with an initiative called the Green Rooster Initiative. That is that all sales proceeds of the Natural Line actually go to the Green Rooster funds. And these funds help to finance reforestation projects, natural conservation projects, and we're very proud that together with you, our customers and valued clients, we can make this world a little better. Bamboo, hemp, and agave, these are our classical Natural Line fibers and products. These plants all provide cellulose that require much minimum maintenance, and in fact much less than a normal wood would, and they grow rapidly. They don't need pesticides, herbicides, chemicals to grow, And a rapid growth means that more cellulose is actually produced than otherwise would with classical wood. The cropland that is used by these plants, and they're all the same, does give much more CO2 conserving fibers than could otherwise with classical plants. And that will save and really conserve valuable resources. And we all know how scarce water is. And we really have this initiative to help save the environment.
Wow, and that would be another great applause right there, right here. So vegan, eco-friendly, and really thinking forward, even though being like the oldest German paper manufacturer on a super, super high level. Thank you for that little input. But what I'm wondering, how did these papers come to? I mean, what inspired these papers?
It's actually pretty simple, and Alexander already mentioned a few of the facts. We're here in Dessel. We're close to an environmentally protected area, so there are a lot
of... The Solling, right?
Solling Hills, right? So there are a lot of special and legal requirements we have to obey when we're taking action or making decisions. So to us, it was obvious that we have to stay here in Dessel due to one particular reason. Need pure spring water. Water is super important for paper making, and here in Dessel, we have the purest water probably close to us when you look further around.
Yeah.
And we don't need to add any chemicals to it. We can directly use it from the source, add it into a production, and even return it to the water system as high-quality water.
I know there's also some inside jokes that say there's other companies that actually don't have your clean water that should have it, but you do have it. It's a source, the same place where the company's been for over 400 years. But so far, I've only heard of like digital fine art papers for inkjet printing made out of cotton and cellulose.
True.
Right?
Because we are so focused on sustainability, and it's part of our history as we're here since 1584, and it's part of our DNA, we decided to take it a step further. We do not only use our pure spring water and do not add chemicals, we decided to go and do more to be sustainable. We're using renewable energy resources for our electricity, for example. We have a waste heat recovery system, which is helping us to lower our emissions. And we also have a really, really established source management. For paper making, cotton or alpha cellulose is the most popular raw material. The raw material we're using for our paper making when it comes to cotton papers is actually a byproduct of a byproduct. When you look at a cotton plant, the white bushy parts actually go to the textile industry. Then the byproduct of the whole cotton plant, the black parts, actually go to the oil industry. And then we are using the byproduct of the last byproduct, the small fibers around the seeds, which we then could use for paper making. And same goes for the alpha cellulose for a couple of papers. We're only using alpha cellulose, difficult word.
Alpha cellulose, we can all practice saying that.
That comes from sustainably managed forests and also forests which are certified. So being sustainable is really, really huge for us due to our location. And then it was kind of obvious for us that we had to take it a step further and look for other alternative fibers and resources. And then we and the team had a look, and that's how the Natural Line was born.
Wow, super impressive. I mean, in the sense of sustainability, that's another one of those words. Sustainability, there it is. Alpha cellulose, I practice that one now. You can't really top what you guys have been doing at Hahnemühle. So we can basically call the Natural Line also the green line, and that kind of embodies Hahnemühle's passion and know-how, but also the innovative strength and the respect for the environment. And that is something that's super important in this day and age. So we know that Hahnemühle's quality papers will last for generations, not just decades, maybe even who knows, we won't live to see, no? But our future generations will see, oh, it's a Hahnemühle paper, perhaps. So we're super environmentally friendly. Alexander, now we're actually launching a new line yet again, right? What is it? Introduce it to us, please.
Yeah, the Hahnemühle Natural Line has a history, and let me first pick on the history of the Natural Line. We were going with the idea for quite a while. And the first 3 papers that are in the line are all 290 GSM papers. And like I explained earlier, it's bamboo, it's hemp, and it's agave. And these papers, and we started that because we wanted to use papers that are based on fast-growing crops. So Eveline has a sample here to give you heads up on bamboo, for instance, which is the first one that we launched in this line. And if you think on the earth, a bamboo plant, and we have these crops around us to give you those pictures, the bamboo plant itself grows more than 1 meter a day. Think about it, and they're spread all over the place, especially on undemanding grounds and soil that is depleted. So bamboo doesn't need fertilizers. It does come with no need for chemicals, no pesticides, and it will survive on much less water than other similar trees. And it will bind, and that's why we used it, it will bind abundant amounts of CO2 and will actually take carbon gases out of the environment and the atmosphere. So we're a strong believer that these crops should gain more importance in all areas, especially also in our area, the photography and the photo papers. For instance, did you know that Thomas Alva Edison in 1880 came up with a light bulb, and he used carbonized bamboo fibers for the bulb?
I didn't
Very
know
interesting.
that. I didn't know
and he
that.
managed to get 1,000 hours of lights out of bamboo fibers. Or also it was used in these days when the gramophones had pickup sticks in the old gramophones, and bamboo was also the material of choice because it's very long lasting, it's very sustainable, and you don't need to come up with an artificial material to do this.
Wow.
And we actually found this material and we used it as the first fine art inkjet paper on Earth with 90% of the bamboo fibers. That is almost 10 or more years back when we started experimenting. And it was very successful. And the warm white tones, and Eveline may have a sample for you, we don't need no optical brighteners. We don't need no chemicals to make it look and shine the way it does. And it stands out, really stands out. It has a soft, lightly textured felt structure and a very sensual feel. And that's what the artists that use it a lot like so much about it. It really comes across very natural. Again, what makes it premium is the matte premium inkjet coating on top. The matte inkjet coating delivers excellent printing results, defined reproduction of color and the details, and also particular warm use and for very nicely used for monochrome prints. Again, like most of our papers, it's acid and lignin free. It meets the most stringent requirements in terms of age resistance, which is important for galleries or museums. And I mean, to come to a fazit, the unique combination between the sustainable fibers on the one hand, and then also the surface texture and the coating makes a print quality that is outstanding and really provides expressiveness and soul to each of these photographs. That's what it gives to the people that like it so much.
Amazing. So sustainability is a huge topic, acid-free material, also not being bleached, super high quality, flexible, strong bamboo. I have to say I learned a lot. I don't know about you. We're going to keep learning. This is just only the beginning. You have mentioned hemp and agave also being part of the natural line. Eveline, what is your favorite one and why of these natural line?
If I had to pick between hemp and agave, I think I would go with the hemp paper.
Why?
For several reasons, of course. One itself, hemp as a fiber is one of the oldest and most diverse fibers we have in the world. Used for 10,000s of years, part of monumental events and innovations. The first Bible, Gutenberg, for example, printed was on hemp paper.
Wow.
Or the first draft of the American Constitution, printed on hemp paper.
Wow.
And Henry Ford even made a whole car out of hemp fibers and fueled it even with hemp petrol or gas, so something like that. So hemp, really historical plant.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the sustainable part of it, you can use the whole plant, from the stems over to the leaves, and even the small seeds can be used in various industries. Similar to the bamboo, it doesn't require a lot of water, pesticides, no special soil needed. And adding to it, no water, less pesticides, growing super fast, so a lot of fiber which you can use. And then we took this fantastic plant and made a paper out of it. And now we have this beautiful hemp paper, 60% hemp, 40% cotton to give it still this nice silky touch that we have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Show us, just hang on,
white
let's see that for a second. Wow.
color.
So the texture, is that, what finish is that?
It's a matte finish, like
Yeah.
all our natural papers are. Beautiful texture, natural white, no optical brightness as with all our natural line papers.
No bleach, nothing.
Nothing. Vegan, linen and acid-free, and as well THC-free, which is important to mention with them.
You don't want people eating it because they think something's in there.
The print quality is amazing as well. The nuances stand out beautiful.
Yeah.
The blacks really shine.
Yeah.
Colors are beautifully reproduced. And on top of it, why I really like the hemp paper is that we used it for an international fundraiser, photo fundraiser. We donated a lot of paper within the framework of our Green Rooster initiative, which Alexander mentioned in the beginning. And more than 180 wildlife photographers came together, donated images. They were all printed on our beautiful hemp paper, which was picked by the photographers themselves. And then they were sold for a really good price and then sent over the world and supported the African wildlife and communities during the difficult times of COVID. And the best part of it, that it took the world by storm, and even Leonardo DiCaprio and the Ellen Show promoted it. So our hemp paper was really all over the news and all over the world. Fascinating. Probably one of my favorite papers from the whole
Look at
line.
that, Leonardo DiCaprio's post. I believe that is on Twitter, maybe, for much. Oh, that's Instagram, okay. For much of Africa, wildlife tourism, wow, that's big. I mean, you're starting to be famous, not starting to be famous. Here, Ellen, the Ellen Show also. Look at the hype. It's not a hype, it's quality, it's the history, it's the sustainability, it's, the green and natural line, being eco-friendly, and just really, it's good that finally, like, international Hollywood stars are talking about it. That's quite amazing. Super impressive, if you ask me. Wow. So that's a perfect medium to show impressive wildlife imagery, for example, and therefore you're also the best ambassador for sustainable nature environment protection, as you just said. So now we're going to have another component, another extra part in the natural line, it being agave. What's the difference or the speciality in comparison to bamboo and hemp, Alexander?
Yeah, agave is a very, very special one. Again, it's a historical crop that's found all over the place. It's a big part is related to the material itself. Agave, we commonly know and refer to it as sisal. Sisal fibers have been originally located in Mexico, and from there they spread worldwide. And you see the leaves. And what we use is actually these leaves. What is the sustainable aspect of this one is that it will grow on very undemanding and very dry grounds. And the fiber itself that we use and others is traditional as it was used as rope, yarns, carpets, geotextiles, mattresses. So everyone is very much familiar with sisal, but we found that it can be also used as a basis for sustainably made fine art inkjet paper, and very successful. So the plants was also used as cigarette papers, for instance, give you some examples. So in banknotes.
Wow.
The piece that we like about it is, again, that there's parts in the world which crops typically don't want to grow much. Deserts or almost deserts. So these crops, when you have the agave plant here with the leaves, it's very, very scarce on water.
Right there.
And it does not need fertilizers, it doesn't require pesticides. And that makes it sustainable. And if you think about it, one plant needs about only 4 years to grow before it's really ready to harvest. It's not like a tree. A tree may need 10 or more years. In the growing phase, other plants like corn or beans will be cultivated between the agave plants, which makes the monoculture go away, and the humification of the harvest residue can actually be used as a natural fertilizer within these cultivation. So what we like about is that it's really something that you can do for centuries without really depleting or erasing the soil. So the leaves of the agave is what we use, and then what's left over. And in one plant, give you one more fact, one plant can be used up to 15 years.
Wow.
So it will keep growing these leaves, and the leaves is what we have in our nice fine art papers for the agave line. So it augments the natural line with this inkjet paper. It's produced these fibers, and 70% of the paper, and Evelina has a sample here for you, 70% of the pulp that we have in the paper is actually made out of agave fibers. And the remains typically is made of what we typically use is the linters coming from the cotton plant. Mm-hmm. And like other papers, it's a little different. It comes with a bright white natural tone. It does not contain any optical brighteners to come to this effect and rough yet delicately defined surface texture it provides, and it gives the subject a really captivating sense, a three-dimensional appearance, and it presses it with a really nice, and that's why we have gloves here, a nice and pleasant, soft touch and feel. This is what makes these papers so special. The inkjet coating, again, is a super high-end coating. It provides super reproduction quality of color, density, depth, and contrasts. Like many papers, and especially those in the natural line, is absolutely acid lignin-free, meets the most stringent requirements of the age resistance.
And even the lining is a vegan, right? I was just talking about that.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Everything that we use, there's only 5 ingredients in these papers. And basically there's fiber, there's water, we talked about the water, there's chalk, and like a binder, and there's some binding element. And you could use animal chemicals, products to do this, but we completely, since years, we completely erased them from the supply. So all our products are really vegan, and also in a way that we can have these images stay the way they are for hundreds of years, even under UV light, and that makes them so special in the high-end photography, because you don't want to have colors fading away on you. So this is what they
and
what
that
they bring.
is really exceptional, no? That's the difference. That's outstanding, and that's why the hype is big, but it's real. Go ahead.
No, so this is the features, and we really encourage everyone to get a sample pack, because these sample packs show all of the natural line, and then you can try and find for yourself the optimum match between what your image is and the paper that is in the sample. So we have them all here. They all belong to the natural line. And it's really an interesting journey to see your image shine and impress others on these natural substrates.
I am impressed, I do have to tell you. I am literally. So global challenges like, obviously climate change and the uncertain availability of resources are forcing us, or Hahnemühle particularly, to change the mindset. As the whole world is now changing, you are right up the front, right up top, right in the game. With a natural line, you show these innovative ways and how to do it, where to start, which options one has. So now this is really exciting. We're launching something completely brand new. We have it sitting right next to me. This is the 4th print. And Alex, tell me a little bit about this sample, what we have here. It's noted sugarcane. I remember in Jamaica, I once had it. It's sweet, it's yummy.
Yep.
But wow, that's the launch of the sugarcane line right here, right now. And also, I just want to say that you do good. I mean, you're sustainable, you're vegan, you're eco-friendly, but you also do good with a photo fundraiser like Prince for Wildlife. Bravo. So please tell us about the sugarcane.
I'm more than happy to. I have a few stems here from a sugarcane plant, and it looks, or it comes across almost like a bamboo, but it's different the way it grows and the way it's used for. So again, what we use with the sugarcane plant is a waste or byproduct of the production. We use the bagasse fibers. The bagasse fibers are coming out of the stalk if the sugar processing is underway and then the sugar has been extracted. So we use what's actually left over. Otherwise, it would have been incinerated or even thrown away. So we use something that's there anyways. Give you some background on sugar cane as a plant. So this one originated in New Guinea, gradually spread across Southeast Asia, into China, India, then into the Pacific. So one plant can really produce several stalks. And we have a plant here next to us, also give you some ideas. So a plant is not a stalk, a single one, but multiple. Each stalk, which can grow 3 to 7 meters, become fully mature in 12 to 14 months. So they really grow quickly. And what we have is not the plant itself. We won't grow it for making inkjet paper, but there is all these production waste which we can use and which we can actually make into very useful material for what we need. And the whole natural line, to include everything, was TIPA awarded. We have the TIPA award here with us. It was TIPA awarded as this is the first sustainable ways of creating a photo inkjet paper. The sugarcane paper comes in a 300 GSM, so it's a little more heavy than the 290s. It's 70% eco-friendly bagasse fibers. The rest is, again, a mixture between the cotton and the bagasse. And really what sugarcane is so great about is the texture. If you look closely, and we have a close-up here, it has, again, this very super special felt texture on top of it, which makes the image, and we have a nice embedded shrine here picked. So it's kind of a mixture between a classic object and then also the nature around it. So it doesn't contain these optical brighteners. It's clearly defined in the structure. It has this tactical feel, matte premium inkjet coating, excellent printer size, super quality, impressive print quality. The contrast is so much enhanced. And again, we like it because it has all these credentials. It's acid lignin free, it's archival, and unique combination, really fibers and the structures and the impressiveness of the artwork coming through with the three-dimensional appearance really makes this with print expressions and so that the image will speak, it will transport its impression to, it comes alive. It comes alive, that's the right way to put it.
Amazing. Wow, so you were experiencing a launch of sugarcane, a new addition to the natural line, and now something even like all day is like full of excitement. We're gonna go meet with one of your colleagues, and you're like, there's another colleague coming. No, he's actually sitting in the States. It's quite late where he is. That colleague is Travis McConaughey. He has experience with sugarcane, so one of the first ones in America to work with sugarcane. And so we're gonna connect with him, and because he's experienced with the sugarcane, and therefore we want to hear how he feels about it, how he's tested it, and to get some feedback from Travis McConaughey. Is he with us now? Yeah, there you are. Hey, a very warm welcome to you. It's still early in the day, it was midday. How are you? Are you holding up? It's late. Good to have you here.
I'm doing good. It's more early than late, but it's good. Hello from outside of Chicago, by the way.
Oh, Chicago calling, cool. Tell us something. You were one of the lucky ones to try and test this newly launched product, if the natural line by Hahnemühle, the sugarcane. Tell us something about it.
The sugarcane, well, as Evelyn and Alexander have said, as part of the natural line, I had the pleasure of testing it and refining it because we've done multiple makings to try to get it just right. I did work closely with a certified studio out of Hawaii to to work with it to get just the right texture and feel and coating on it to come out with the premium product that you're seeing today. It's a nice natural white that prints earth tones and everything just beautifully. And the studio in Hawaii has also produced things from the Hawaiian sunsets and their own sugarcane fields on it as well.
Super cool. So were you expecting sugarcane, or was this like, wow, this is kind of new, why didn't we come up with this earlier? Were you like, wow, I'm ready for sugarcane, I've been waiting for sugarcane?
Well, I guess a little bit of both. We did have a sugarcane paper many years ago, but at the time there was a supply issue with the actual getting the bagasse for it. It's probably 2011 maybe, so over 10 years ago. And then it was actually the studio in Hawaii and myself that tried to get it developed again. And then we started refining it and testing it once everything came back into play from a supply standpoint. And that's where we launched it up from there, with them testing it and us getting the proper texture and inkjet coating. And there's a lot more that goes into building a premium paper than one might think.
Yeah, I can imagine it being that standard of super high quality, it being the sustainability part, eco-friendly, vegan. I mean, especially because I grew up in the digital world. I mean, not digital, analog world, but with the photo papers. So and I was thinking, it can't be natural. That was such a contrast to combine in my head. But now I'm learning a lot, and it is possible with the experience of 400 years. Hahnemühle was the first one to start digital fine art 25 years ago. Yep. And now bamboo has been launched. Would you like to share any other insights or anything you'd like to add, Travis?
Just going with the whole natural line in general, because I've been watching as I've been sitting here. The natural line from a sustainability standpoint is fantastic. I've been with Hahnemühle for a little over 10 years now, wow. And just to see the natural line grow in general, from bamboo to hemp and agave and now the sugarcane, I think it's going to be a very good thing in general for the environment from a premium paper standpoint, with everything being natural, without chemicals input to the papers. And then with this sugarcane and the wonderful texture that it has, that just makes all these natural images just pop out with the subtle felt texture that Alexander was talking about earlier. I'm just very excited to be using this more and testing more, and to see the natural line in general grow. It's just an exciting time to get into everything that has to do with the sustainability aspect.
Super, Travis. I'm afraid that's it already. I'd like to hear much more. Thank you for staying up that late, and have a good night now. Thank you so much for the insights, and bye-bye from Dussel, Chicago. Bye-bye. Bye, Travis.
All right, thank you for having me.
Thanks for being with us. So now the question is, we've heard so much about it, and I'm sure a lot of customers, users, artists, photo artists are like, where can I test? Where can I try? Where can I get a feel? And where can I buy these beautiful papers of the natural line, especially now, of course, sugarcane? What do you, I mean, that's the one thing is, we're launching today. You can produce and you can sell them right now. You're ready.
You can pre-order it right now. But we have something special. We thought it's helpful. We have now 4 papers in the natural line. Ooh. Maybe it's useful to have a small test kit. Yeah. So photographers can do small test prints and then compare and find the perfect paper that matches their style, matches their vision for a photo. So we have sample packs in 2 sizes, in A4 and A3+. So there are the sample packs containing 2 sheets per natural line paper, and then they can just randomly cut, print, text, and experiment, essentially. For the sugarcane, we have an introductory kit which contains 3 sheets. Okay. So a little bit more to experiment, to really get the feel for it, and it's only available in A4. But the sugarcane will soon be available, like all the other natural line papers, in sheets and in rolls, in up to sizes of A2 and 50 inch. Like you mentioned before, soon you can run to the dealer or online shop of your trust. Go check them. They will have it ready for you. And if not, they're more than happy to order it so you can test it.
Exactly.
If you're unsure where to find the next dealer, if you're new, if you're first time watching Hahnemühle, no problem. Hop onto our homepage after the session, please, and use our Find a Dealer search. Just type in your location, hit the mark for the digital fine art papers, and then the next store around your corner will pop up. Yes.
Magic.
If you want looking for more information, maybe our homepage in general is a good source. Our Hahnemühle blog, where a lot of articles about our natural line and our sustainability pursuits, and of course Instagram, Hahnemühle_imaging, always up to date with the latest news.
Well said, well done. There it is. Also for you to check out all the content. You're always up to date. You always get the new infos. And I also have some other good news. Great content as well. You're such like specialists and you really do everything with love and passion. Great content. So go on to Instagram account from Hahnemühle. And I have another little surprise for you. So that's all really awesome, to be honest. It's just awesome. I'm sorry to say that, it's so American, awesome. But it is. You've launched sugarcane today in another addition to the sustainable green paper range of Hahnemühle, the natural line sugarcane. How amazing. Now I have a little surprise for you. Don't miss your chance to win a natural line sample pack and sugarcane introductory kit on Instagram of Hahnemühle. You just seen it. It's Hahnemühle_imaging. That's what you need to write down right now. And then you can be a lucky winner and get your first kits to test. Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, Alexander, so much for the insights about sustainable Hahnemühle papers from the natural line range. And the newest introduction, the addition, is sugar cane. Very, very cool. You just saw the Instagram account again of Hahnemühle. That's bamboo, super strong, super flexible, quality, super high standard. I'm very impressed. I don't know about you, but we're going to keep going as impressive as this. You got to stay tuned to not miss the next session. We're going to be back at 1:30 p.m. to learn more about Hahnemühle artists, papers, and stationery, which is also a huge range. It's such a wow, it's very variable. It's all kind of sizes, all kinds of things that you're going to learn. I've learned a lot. Thank you so much for all the input. Thanks also to Travis. Stay tuned. We'll be back at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
good to have you with us. This is yet another live session for you. Behind the screen, we're sending for you live from Dussel, Lower Saxony. And Hahnemühle is just a stone's throw away from here. And my name is Dana Michalski. I'm very happy to host these presentations with my dear colleagues and friends, I would just say, Rana and Barbara. We're going to get into fine art paper right now. And you have such a huge variety at Hahnemühle. I'm going to have to actually read this part because it's so big that I couldn't memorize it. So the huge range of quality artist papers consists of papers for traditional printing, techniques, watercolor, sketch, oil, acrylic papers, pastels, printing techniques, I just said, illustrators and urban sketchers, and that's basically for artists all around the globe. We've just tuned into America, to Berlin. Artists all over the world are using Hahnemühle because it's so special, and from the quality side, very, very high level. We have pads, we have books. I mean, you have books, blocks, rolls. There's seemingly nothing that you don't and can't do. Super impressive for me, and that's also why you're so successful. So I have Rana next to me. Hi, and I have Barbara.
Hello.
Who would like to
Hi,
start to
hello.
introduce him? Rana, right there. Please tell me something about you.
My name is Rana. I'm the product manager at Hahnemühle for the traditional artist papers, and it's really a big pleasure to be here today together with you to present to you the big range of artist papers that we have in our portfolio.
Very good. Barbara, you're up next. Tell us something.
Hi, my name is Barbara, and I'm responsible for marketing and communications for the artist papers at Hahnemühle. And I'm happy to, try to give an overview of all the papers we have.
Which is a lot. We
Yes.
would actually need a couple of days more, I think. But we're going to make an effort to cut it short and give you really lots of info. So when I read about Hahnemühle, obviously artist papers are diverse, very diverse. But let's start with watercolor. When I read about Hahnemühle, it's quite clear that water paper, 100% cotton, water paper, and also watercolor is just something that's very prominent. You hear it everywhere. It's one of your main branches. What do I need to know about watercolor papers?
Yes, well, you are right. Watercolor papers in our portfolio, we have a huge range of watercolor papers. It begins from 150 GSM grammage up to 640 GSM paper, which is almost a board, but we still talk about paper, of course. And anything between from 300 GSM up to 450, 275. There's no grammage that we don't have almost, but it's also the size that we have, the blocks, the pads, the sheets. We even have rolls and also different shades of white, from bright white to natural white, off-white. And also, as you've mentioned, the fibers, cotton fiber, cellulose fiber, sustainable fibers like agave. We will talk about that later on. So really, there is a big, huge variety of watercolor papers that we have. But what is also important in the world of watercolor is the different textures that you can choose between. So you can choose between cold-pressed, rough, and hot-pressed papers. These are the different textures. So cold pressed, for example, it's a surface texture which is not too, which has just a slight texture. It is not too rough. It is not too hot pressed. It is something in between, and this is also the surface.
What we see here, for example, right? So let's get an idea of the texture.
Yes, this seems to be, that's the cold pressed paper,
okay,
exactly.
Perfect.
And this is also the one that is the most common one that it can be considered as an all-rounder texture that you can use. But we also have rough, and as the name already says it, rough is a texture which is much stronger. It has a stronger texture. And the contrary is hot pressed. Hot pressed is a paper which is completely smooth. It has no texture at all. So it is a matter of taste which one you prefer, which you like to paint on. But sometimes we do get questions from artists asking us, well, I would like to paint this or that motif. Which paper should I use? And these are questions that we really don't like to answer because it's always a matter of taste. As I've said, it's also a matter of style that you are using. So we always say, try out for yourself, but we can make a very general statement about that. Saying when you're more into abstract paintings, then the rough surface is suitable. And if you're someone who really prefers detailed paintings, then you should maybe grab the hot pressed paper. But Barbara and I, we know many artists who are doing exactly the contrary, using the rough paper for detailed paintings and abstract paintings with hot pressed paper. So it's always a matter of taste, and you can choose between those. And what I would like to do is to demonstrate you the surface textures by painting on it to show you what I've meant with the different surfaces. So here we do have the different papers. This is the collection watercolor. We will talk about that a bit later on. It's made from 100% cotton, and this is a paper 640 GSM. It's almost a board. It's a very high-class paper.
Okay, I'm just trying to hold it a little bit, on angle for the camera.
Don't know
so
if
that's
you can see
that's
that.
the really thick one. It's also more textured.
Yes.
That's a little smoother, and that's super smooth. So,
Exactly.
Okay.
This is the hot-pressed paper. This is the cold-pressed paper. And this is the rough paper. But I think you might see it a bit better when I do a brush stroke on it.
Yeah.
So I will try to demonstrate that to you.
So you're going to start on this.
I will start with the cold press.
In the middle.
Because that's the all-rounder. This is the one which is the most popular. It's the one which is used by many, many artists. So here you can see.
You can see the texture.
There is a texture,
structure.
right? Here is a texture. So you have that effect. Now I will show you how it will look like when you use the same brush stroke on the rough paper. And there you can see that this is much rougher. And this is what I've meant when you are into abstract painting. This abstract painting means that as you can see, you cannot cover the whole paper with the brush stroke. I mean, you can if you later on do that. But when you look from a distance, this already looks like an abstract painting. So this is why we sometimes say, if you are into abstract painting, you should maybe use the rough. And then the contrary is the hot pressed, which has no texture at all. And this is how it looks like. You see that? This is completely without any texture. So you see the difference. This is the smooth paper, this is the cold pressed paper, and this is the rough paper. So we do have these three surface textures which is used in the world of watercolor.
Okay. So really there's no limits because art has no limits. You can do what you like. And if you use the smooth for abstract paintings, that's your taste and you can do whatever you like. Great demonstration, really to visually experience and get a feel for it. Now, if I am getting inspired to follow in your footsteps and maybe start painting because you're an amazing painter as well.
Thank you.
But what do I need as a beginner maybe to watch out for? What paper do I need to maybe have a successful start?
Well, beginners often think, okay, I will try to use that paper, and maybe I'm not quite sure if I stay painting or like painting, go forward with painting, and then very often beginners buy cheap paper. Cheap papers, they have the fact that they're very often very thin, and therefore, we recommend to use a paper with 300 GSM in cold pressed. As we heard, the surface is the easiest to start on. And the next thing why you should not use a thin paper is because thin papers, if you're a beginner, you use a lot of water. And thin papers cannot take the amount of water, and then they start to get wavy. So therefore, we would recommend 300. In our range, that would be Britannia, Rana has it. In your arms, yes, or Harmony, cold pressed.
Okay, that's really helpful information. So it's Britannia
or Harmony for beginners, because the paper grade in itself is thick and therefore it doesn't get wavy if you need more time for correcting. So that's very helpful information, also for me, because I am literally very inspired now to get maybe started on watercolor. So I'm
sorry, but I just
worry.
wanted to mention something, because we were just talking about Harmony. I want to mention that the Harmony pad with the rough surface texture is perfectly suitable for the super granulating watercolors by Schminke, for example.
Really new now at the moment. Yeah.
Yes, and we also have this recommendation. These watercolors, they are super granulating, which means that the pigments on the rough textured paper really get granulated, and you get an effect, for example, like this.
That's one of your own paintings.
Yes.
Right. There you go, don't be shy. Beautiful art by Rana herself.
Maybe you see that here. There is a granulating,
Yeah.
and you can achieve it on our Harmony rough paper. The paper when it's rough, so the granulating effects are better.
Yeah, look at that.
And you see that, and
detail.
sometimes you really want to have that within a paper,
Yeah.
within a painting. So I just wanted to mention
So
that.
what style is it that you're painting? What would you call that yourself?
It's a loose watercolor style that I do.
Loose
mostly.
watercolor
Loose.
style.
I'm
Show
not
us
the
the
one.
other ones while you're at it. Come on.
Yeah.
Don't be shy.
This is also one which
Wow,
was
beautiful.
painted on our 100% cotton paper, 640 GSM. Beautiful for wet and wet painting techniques, and well, yes.
So if I buy the paper and get the Schminke color, then I get to paint as good as Rana, maybe.
You will.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for that, but that would be nice. Anyhow, so we have Harmony and Britannia on my list. What else would I need as a beginner on my list? Or let's say I'm quite good and I want to go ahead, and what's next on my list?
I will head over to these pads, because we do have really nice pads for beginners and also for experimental artists. It's called Watercolor Selection. The Watercolor Selection pads do contain 14 different watercolor qualities from the Hahnemühle portfolio. We really wanted to have a fine selection of papers. Of course, we were not able to put every single watercolor paper into that pad, otherwise it would have been like this thick or something. But really, we wanted to have a fine selection with different grammages, with different surface textures, with different fibers, with different shades of white. So when you are a beginner and you really don't know which paper to use, this is a perfect pad for a beginner. But as I've also mentioned, for experimental artists who used to paint on the same paper for years, maybe they want to try something new. And then you can just buy this, try it out, and then consider for yourself which paper is the best for yourself, and then later on buy the pad or the sheets or even the rolls if they are in the portfolio. So this is also very nice as a gift. If you know someone in your family or your friend who is going into watercolor like you maybe soon.
So you can experience all the different grades in one
pad. Yes.
That's really
It's
cool.
a really fine selection. So you can paint on cotton paper, you can paint on cellulose paper, even on sustainable fiber, which is called agave. Different grammages, also the thick one that I've just shown you here, the 640 GSM, it's also included. It's a perfect pad for beginners, for experimental artists, and as a gift.
So you just did mention that in this selection color, watercolor pad, you have cotton and cellulose. How can I, as a someone that's really not an artist yet, but how does it differ one from another?
We do have, most of our papers are made from alpha cellulose. From high quality alpha cellulose. They're all FSC and PEFC certified. So these are the most of our papers made from alpha cellulose. Cellulose papers, they are very good if you like to lift up the color again, because the pigments stay on the top.
Also good for beginners, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But as a matter of fact, it's also art. A personal, matter of taste. Next to that, the exquisite papers we have are the papers made from cotton fibers. If they're made on a mold-made paper machine, they are the classiest, we would say, top of the top papers you can ever have. What cotton papers, one property is that they're perfectly used for wet and wet technique. So they keep wet very long, and therefore that's perfect for artists who use a lot of water. And so these are two main properties which are different. Those raw materials.
Different. Okay. So can you show me some, or us, or the viewers, please, the 100% cotton watercolor paper?
One of our top super high quality 100% cotton paper is the Collection watercolor. The Collection watercolor, we offer them in 2 grammages. They are available in 300 and 640 GSM. So we do have these 2 grammages. The 640 GSM, it's a thick board that I've just shown you. And these papers, they are mold-made. And of course, they are also made from exquisite, high-quality cotton fibers. And the Collection watercolor paper is available, each in cold pressed, in rough, and in hot press. So you can choose between these 3 textures, and also you can choose between pads in many sizes, as we have here. But we also have sheets, and the sheets have beautiful decal edges. Decal edges, they really look very high class. Painting on them is already fun, and then after that, when you frame it and hang it on a wall, it's really a high class something that you then have on your wall. It's very high class, high quality. And we also even have some of the qualities in rolls, 10-meter rolls for endless creativity, if you like. So this is really our absolute high-class watercolor paper that we have.
Luxury in terms of a watercolor paper. And it would be a shame if you put a passe-partout on top of these beautiful edges.
No.
It just makes it so real and beautiful, and that's what art is all about.
It's something else.
Yeah, show.
Something else that
I
do have, because our portfolio is so great and so huge. We really selected some of our products to present to you today. And what I really wanted to show, sorry, I'm back again.
Wow, the book looks great as well.
Last year, you might remember, we were presenting and launching. We also have in our portfolio the toned watercolor books and also the toned watercolor pads. These are watercolor papers that are already toned. So you have a background color when you want to paint on it. And it is always very extraordinary, a new experience when you paint on toned papers. We do have the beige one, and also you can have the gray one if you like. So you already have a background color. For example, when you're outside painting, or you want to paint a cityscape, you might take that gray one, because cities are mostly like gray. So you can paint on that. And it also looks beautiful when you use white gouache on it, because white is here visible. It wouldn't be visible when you paint white on white paper, but here it is visible and really looks nice then.
And also the books, just having, feeling the covers of the books. Yet again, the artist here is...
This is an artist from France.
A French artist that you're collaborating with. So always, you're always thinking ahead, you're collaborating, putting artists on covers of the books. Beautiful touch to the cover of the book. From the cappuccino pad, also the gray pad, really lovely lovely look, lovely feel. Different sizes. How many different sizes do you have from these guys?
Each 5 sizes. In square sizes, landscape size, and we also have 5 sizes here, also square sizes. Square sizes are very popular these days, and we always want to add also square sizes into our portfolio, and we really have that here as well.
And do you have, just out of my own interest, what's the hot
seller? Is there one thing that's always sold out? What's the one that's always like everyone wants to get their hands on? A particular size? What's the one that's...
The most popular size, the most popular surface texture is cold pressed.
Cold pressed?
The size would be 24 by 32, and 300 GSM is mostly the bestseller.
Okay.
So
I
yes,
see.
we do have a few bestsellers.
You know your stuff, Rana.
I know.
So the new product, which
I will talk about that as well. But before we come to that, I also shortly wanted to mention that we have launched the Natural line last year, and there we also launched the Agave watercolor 290 GSM. It is also in the watercolor selection pad, a fiber made from it's a resource-saving plant. It is doesn't need much water, so it's sustainable. And I will show that to you. I'm sorry. This is the Agave watercolor paper that we have launched last year, along with the hemp sketch and the bamboo that we already had. And this is a very extraordinary paper because here we have agave fibers. They are very robust. Agave fibers are very strong fibers, but we have combined it with cotton, so this is a very, very nice watercolor paper as well, with sustainable fibers.
Very nice. And I just found out what the plant actually looks like, because in our other set, we had an actual agave in the set. And I was like, that's what it looks like. So I'm learning a lot about plants, papers, techniques. Quite amazing. So that is watercolor. And all the possibilities, books, pads, sizes, so beautiful, so many different types to experience. And is there anything else about watercolor that you want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Our highlight 2022. We have just launched it together. You can watch later on the video on our YouTube channel, where we have talked in detail about our new product. It is the watercolor book with 100% cotton, which is over here. I just want to give you some features that we have. It is available in 8 sizes.
It doesn't come with that painting, though, no?
Unfortunately,
it doesn't come with that beautiful painting.
You have to learn that.
Look, let's have a look at that close up, because it's so beautiful.
It's an amazing.
I'm sure he wants to zoom in a little bit. Just hang on. Who's that painting by? Who's the artist? And what's special? What can you tell me something about it?
The artist is Rabiat Aliyeva. She is based in Munich, and she is, her painting technique is unique and unmistakable. So it fits perfectly, because she did also the banderole of the watercolor book. And this is the fish fountain located in Munich, and it suits perfectly this book because it's also used as a travel sketchbook. And this is a meeting point as well in Munich.
With the waterproof surface on the cover,
yes,
right?
It's water repellent, so you can paint outside and the cover is still protected.
Yeah, here we go.
Da haben wir ja auch mal. I'm going into the German right now. I'm hearing German in my ear and I'm switching into German. But here, that is, who was the artist? That's Rabia painting live. And she makes it look so easy. And I know, Rana, you know how it's not that easy at all. And she makes it look so easy. Also, what she mentioned was that the high quality water gives you time, because it takes time to absorb. So you have also the possibility to change and to play around the colors.
With it. Exactly, yeah.
Wow, really look at that.
Yeah, well, so we have this these new books made from 100% cotton in 8 different sizes. You can choose between landscape size, portrait size in A6, A5, in A4, and also in square sizes. We do have square sizes too, in 14 by 14 and 19.5 by 19.5. It's a beautiful new product, cold press surface texture, 250 GSM, off-white color. It's just the highlight of 2022.
I love it how you burn for Hahnemühle for the watercolor books. And it's high class, 100% cotton, and that's why you guys are so proud to work for Hahnemühle. And let's move on to the next part. That is acrylic and oil, right? Pastels as well. So that was an amazing highlight. We're going to keep going with amazing highlights. What are the other offerings that we're going to show our viewers now?
Yeah, next to watercolor, which is a huge range we do have papers for pastel technique, for example. There a lot of colored papers are requested. So we have, for sure, we have white pastel papers, but also we have the colored ones. Then acrylic and oil is a real big market as well. We have different grammages, different surfaces, and one surface, for example, is close to a canvas surface. So also paper can have canvas surfaces.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And here also, I mean, just touching, you know, having these books and pads in my hand, there's so many textures, and really come try test wherever you can to really get a feel for this super luxurious brand Hahnemühle. So I see many books as well. Would you like to give us an input about the books? Because it's such a wide range as well.
These are the books and the sketch pads. We have a huge range as well. Sketch pads and books, the paper is thinner compared to watercolor paper, as the sketch papers do not have to take any water, or only less water. What's very important, if we have sketch papers, they have to have a toothy, grainy surface. So the pigments of a pencil, for example, stay on the top. We would not have that on a smooth surface because they won't be fixed then. So these are, a huge range, which also is next to the watercolor papers.
So how many different sizes do we have in the books for that matter right now?
Many.
Too many. It's too many.
It's almost similar to our big range of watercolor papers. We have also an amazingly big range of sketch papers in pads and also in books. You can choose between 100 GSM up to 190 GSM. Different colors from bright white to natural white, also depending on, do you want a high contrast illustration or do you want a smooth illustration? And we also have different size of pads from A6 up to A1. We do have glued on top pads. We have spiral bound pads, and so it's an amazingly big range of sketch papers. But when it comes to, for example, when you're a beginner, we would, for example, recommend to you these pads. These are just different sizes, but we have them from A6 up to A1. This is the Sketch 120 GSM and the Sketch 190 GSM. These are very popular when you are a beginner. It's available in many sizes, in spiral bound, in glued on top. It's a bright white sketch paper if you like high contrast paintings, drawings, illustrations. So this is something that you can use as a beginner. But also, for a beginner, it's also very nice to have this bundle. This bundle do contain 2 pads of 96 GSM sketch paper, each 100 sheets. So you do have 200 sheets together with that pencil box. It's already included. Yeah. With 6 different grades. So you only need to have this and start drawing, sketching, whatever. We also offer that in A3, also in a bundle, also with this pencil box. Perfect for beginners, perfect when you really just want to buy it and start with it.
Wow, it was quite actually real when I asked what sizes do you have. You're like,
it's like,
where do I start?
Where do I start?
Where do I stop? And it's really just a very small part of the huge collection that you've brought today to give you a little input. So it's a wide range, and the options are even bigger because each individual, each artist uses it differently again, and then you create unique art pieces. That's really quite amazing. Is there anything else you want to tell me about the things that we just put here on the table?
It's like we do have so many products
different surfaces here. Also, like I always like the covers as well. The surfaces are quite amazing here.
Yeah, these are our notebooks. I will also talk about that. I just wanted to mention that for challenging drawings, for example, you can also have our Nostalgie sketch paper, which is one of our bestseller. It is a 190 GSM paper for dry painting techniques, but you can also use it for charcoal, red chalk, and so on, and for watercolor pencils and a bit of water. Not too much, but because it's still not a watercolor paper, it's of course a sketch paper, but you can slightly use water because of the high grammage. This is also available in many, many different sizes, even in a postcard size.
Oh, nice.
So you can
actually send a real painted postcard.
Yes, and it already also has this, I don't know if you can see that, it has an address field, so you can just make your illustration and send it out to your friends and family.
Amazing. Very, very cool. And you're also holding these in your hand. Do you want to add something to this?
No. I just wanted to take it away because I was
Okay.
afraid of
We're on overload here. So
Yeah.
now you have the books. I was also attracted by the books. I was like,
will
wow.
talk about the books now.
Yeah. Let's see some about the books. Hear some about the books. Give us some input.
Yeah,
Hannah.
we do have many sketchbooks. Like sketch pads, we also have sketchbooks. This is our Nostalgie sketchbook, also available in many different sizes. And we also have the sketchbook, which is called DNS. It's one of our most popular bestseller sketchbook, also in many different sizes and so on. But we also do have stationery products for your daily use. Notebooks that you that accompanies you throughout the day, and so that we can write anything that we want. And this is, for example, the Diary Flex. The Diary Flex is a very, very practical notebook, which is suitable for any kind of writing instruments. You can have it in 3 versions: in blank, in ruled, and in dotted. And the good part here is, as soon as you have filled your notes, you can take the inlay out and you put in a refill.
Cool.
So this is a kind of sustainable. You can reuse this cover, this Diary Flex.
Very good. So it's sturdy, it's pretty, it's good looking.
Good.
What else does one want here? I'm just going to try and show it to the camera. So that is reusable. You just enter your notebook and just change it always whenever you've filled it all up. Fantastic. Anything more about the books? You have so many books, so many sizes,
There are so many
much.
stationery
I didn't even
products.
see that part.
For people who like it a bit more colorful, we do have the 1584 by Hahnemühle. These are the notebooks, also suitable for any kind of writing instruments. They have dotted pages, very smooth surface, but also a colored core. The colored core is for doodles. You can make scribbles, and this is available in three different versions. This is sea green, but it is also available in peach or in violet, lilac. So you can use that for a bit more colorful notes if you like.
Yeah. So we have the lilac, the light of kind of mustardy, and this one is what's
the sea green.
Sea green. Okay. And there's so many more books. I mean, iconic.
I know.
The manuscript. You have such a wide range. Is there anything we need to add to this?
Yeah,
Really?
we do. We have so many, and we really wanted to give you an overview of the products that we have. Different sketchbooks, sketch pads, notebooks, and so on. And so I think that this is a nice overview that we're able to show you.
For every taste, we have a notebook.
Something,
Every taste, every size, any color that you favor.
Yeah.
And they're great as present as well. To font lovers, or
that's right.
They're really
As a
nice.
gift.
I was given last year also a beautiful one in a beige tone. A cover was kind of beige as well. I don't
Could be
see
the
it.
iconic or the manuscript.
It was an iconic, I
Maybe
think,
one of them.
in a beige. Yeah, the beige iconic, that was the one. Or the manuscript. The beige manuscript, this is one I was given, so I still have it close to my heart, and I'm very much enjoying it with a dotted.
Yeah, I prefer
was
dotted myself as well. I like dotted.
I do like dotted as well. Amazing range of papers, books, pads, super high quality, super luxurious, vegan,
eco-friendly, sustainable. I mean, wow. I mean, it can't get better, really. And you're here live. We're presenting, or Barbara and Rana presenting all these news to you. So I'm overwhelmed because this is only a small part of the actual collection that you offer. Yeah. And I didn't really know that the paper could be that diverse.
That's right.
Should we add something? Would you like to add something? Because I mean, you can philosophize days and days without ends. Do you want to add something to that again?
Well, yeah, I would
Yes,
like
please.
to add something, but not going into to details or too deep. We also have papers for old printing techniques, which, for example, is a copper plate printing technique. There, very smooth papers are required. Or as well, we have architects, graphic illustrators, designers. They use a lot of alcoholic-based markers, and these markers are not allowed to bleed through the page. So we have papers with a barrier on the reverse side. So these are some properties these papers have to have. And yeah, have it in common, all papers. The secret is the recipe of all of our papers. So.
And do you know it?
No.
No.
And if I'm not allowed.
That's the secret. We cannot kidnap her. She will not tell us because she doesn't know it.
No.
Oh, but that's like, I mean, a company that's been around for over 400 years with their own source underneath, basically, with the clearest water, therefore the highest standards, vegan, sustainable, eco-friendly, and then you've just developed and kept developing, and now you're basically global. I mean, we connected to Chicago, connecting to Berlin. Everyone's just speaking so highly of Hahnemühle, which is really fantastic.
Yeah.
What is like your favorite? I mean, watercolor is your
Is my
favorite?
painting technique, yeah. This is what I'm doing personally.
That's what you like doing.
Yeah.
That's what you're very good at.
Oh, thank
There's
you.
another painting underneath that we haven't seen yet. Do you want to?
This is the agave watercolor that I cut the paper. You can always cut the sheet the way you like. And this is just a small painting with fine liners, by the way. It's a mixed media. I used watercolor, but also fine liners. And this was done on the agave watercolor paper.
Okay.
But my absolute favorite is when it comes to watercolor, it's the collection, because 100% cotton, and also the 640 GSM, you can use tons of water, nothing happens. So
Nothing happens.
It's really an amazing paper, among all the others.
There you have it. There you have it. Vegan, free from any animal sources, sustainable.
Yeah, that's right. Acid-free.
Acid-free.
So our papers are acid-free. They are protected against negative environmental influences, so which means an extremely big age resistancy against anything. So they are acid-free, age-resistant, and and vegan, as you have mentioned, because we don't use any that.
Okay, and now how can artists connect or get in touch or like join the fever, the Hahnemühle fever? How do we do that?
Well, we would be really, really happy, as we love to see our papers in use, if you would connect with Hahnemühle on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Norxing. We're nearly everywhere. And we start a challenge now, an Insta challenge, beginning of next week, because we would like to spread the news. Hahnemühle papers are vegan into the artist world. So if you upload your painting, your artwork on a Hahnemühle paper, please use the hashtag Hahnemühle papers are vegan. And every month we will draw one winner of all of the entries. And the winner can choose paper from the complete range worth €50 RSP. So please, please connect, not only to win, but we really love to see your artworks.
And to be honest, you can simply just spread the news. Hahnemühle papers are vegan, even if you're not using Hahnemühle paper yet, but I'm sure you'll soon be using it. That's the Instagram channel yet again for you. You really do lovely content, very, very precious content, talking about all the papers, the ranges, featuring artists, and really handling it with much care. You have the hashtag underneath also. Hahnemühle papers are vegan. You can use that. And for me, this was very informative yet again. Thank you, Rana. Thank you, Barbara.
Too.
Thank you.
This is only just a little part that I've learned. I mean, you can also go on the homepage and check out more. And don't forget also there is extra personnel waiting for you at Hahnemühle. You can call, you can email, you can go to the contact form on the website and then make appointments to actually also have a video call. You can look into the machinery, the products, the equipment. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm so excited. I want to find out more. This was all about artists and stationary products. And I'm like, still overwhelmed, impressed. To be honest, I'm going to start with a thick watercolor pad, so I can do my best, because it's very forgiving also, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And when you're a renowned artist already, you know your sticks around your business, you know what to choose. Just make sure you dabble into the whole world of Hahnemühle. Would you like to share anything else with us in this session before we...
It was really a pleasure to do
That's
that,
good.
to present that, and
And we
hopefully
thank
it was
our
informative.
artists always, because they inspire us as well.
Every day.
Every day,
Yeah, that's true.
So live again, this was for you, sending from Dassel out of the N-Style Studios, just a stone's throw away from Hahnemühle. So stay tuned. We're not finished. We're just right in the middle of today's virtual open house. Stay tuned. We have a little break, and then we'll be back in a minute. Dear ladies and gents, friends and family of Hahnemühle, we're back with another live session from Dussel within Lower Saxony, Germany, just a stone's throw away from Hahnemühle itself. We're going to have for you another digital fine art session right now. This is the second one of today within this virtual open house for you, digitally, virtually, completely COVID conform. So 30 to 40 minutes are going to be packed full of information about Hahnemühle's digital art, fine art papers, and all papers that are for everyday photo media usage. You can find out about further paper grades, discover about all the options you have from the Digital FineArt Collection, and learn about how the collection differs from just everyday photo ranges. On top of this, we will launch here right now today with you live another new paper within the Digital FineArt Collection. So very exciting, stay tuned. This is going to be packed of information and it's going to be a lot of fun. My name is Danny Michalski. I'm going to host you through this session and I here would like to officially welcome you to this session, the Digital FineArt Collection with a new launch coming up just in a couple of minutes. I am not here by myself, as you've seen. I've got Evelyn, beautiful Evelyn next to me, and wonderful Alexander next to me. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Hi, I'm Eveline. I'm responsible for the marketing and communication part of the digital fine art papers and everyday photo papers. I'm excited to be here today because we have a shiny little surprise for you. And I'm sure Alexander can reveal a lot of secrets about the papers you may not know.
Secrets, Alexander? Is it secrets that we're going to get?
It is indeed a lot of secrets, and I'm so happy to be with you here today. I'm the product manager and the business development manager for the digital fine art range of papers within Hahnemühle. Indeed, this is going to be a super interesting session for all printers, print enthusiasts, photographers, professionals, gallerists, everybody out there that wants to have a super high-end image printed on the most delicate paper that there is. Make sure to stay tuned, really stay tuned. Like Danny already mentioned, we'll officially launch a new product, a sophisticated, silvery shimmering photo highlight. So stay with us for the next minutes and you will be delighted.
Both of them have been teasing you right now. I know what it's going to be, but stay tuned. It's going to be super exciting. So I have to congratulate Hahnemühle and you guys because you've been in the business for over 25 years now, leading and directing and being really the guidance for many others. And that's very impressive. It's a 25th Jubilee looking at fine art, digital fine art. So next to the premium raw materials and handmade production, what makes the Hahnemühle papers the best in the market? That's what I'm interested in to know.
There are a lot of factors, I would say, why we are the best. I think one particular reason is that when our customers buy Hahnemühle products, they can expect the same quality every time, consistency over and over again. And by high quality, we mean really the purest fibers in the purest spring water, a lot of knowledge and hard work that goes into the paper, which then as a consequence leads into a high longevity. So our papers can last for generations, probably longer than we will live on Earth. Yes. And on top of that, we're constantly refining, developing, testing our papers, especially when it comes to our digital fine art papers, the coating. And on top of that, we never really stopped with the digital fine art papers. We then went a step further and developed the everyday photo papers. We have a special assortment of papers just created for HP Indigo presses, for example, or we even launched a couple weeks back the world's first hemp paper made for book printing, actually.
Wow.
So we really stand out with our innovative power and quality.
Now, you've heard it, the best of the best. There you can see some of the examples. Alexander will also talk about this, just coming right up. So, Evelyn, you mentioned that there are many different textures, there's different surfaces in the Digital Fine Art Collection of Hahnemühle that you can choose from. Alexander, we just seen a little overview, and you're going to comment that as well. Help us a little understand about this whole variety.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, why did we come about to make these papers? And as mentioned before, the development of the Digital Fine Art Collection is due to the fact that one discovered that painters and artists wanted to safeguard and reproduce their one-of-a-kind art. So it all began as a result of being able to scan art and then to reproduce and print art. The same way the art is painted, so the painting papers were upgraded so they can actually be used to scan and print. And today we use this both ways. We use it in a traditional fine art as painting for different colors, and we use it here for reproducing art, but also for photo. So this is all thanks to the special manufactured wool felts. This makes the paper so special. The wool felts will give it the texture. And Hahnemühle's matte fine art inkjet papers can actually divide it into two groups. And if we can shoot onto the collection, and we have the whole collection of papers here to my right-hand side, it all started with the Photorec 308. Photorec is the most classical, it's our best-selling product, and it all started around that very special surface Photorec material, which is a smooth fine art cotton-based paper.
Smooth.
It's smooth. And then all these paper types were then derived in and around that smooth and into more texture. So with different felts on the paper machine, we do create complete different look and feel for all these textured papers. So those are distinctly different, and they also give different photographs a complete different appearance in terms of three-dimensional, or what you would have to look at certain deep colors and things. So to give you an idea how wide the range really is, we have on the one side our lightest paper, which is rice paper. Evelina has a sample here for you.
Oh, wow,
you can almost look through it. It's so
fine.
light. It is only 100 GSM, as opposed to much heavier papers like the Photorec 308. The 308 we have on Evelina's.
Hang on, we're not catching up with you,
Okay,
Alex. Bear with us.
go
Okay.
ahead with
so the next
rice.
one will be
This
which one?
This is the Photorec
Photorec
308.
308.
That's the 308 right here.
Yeah, and the 308
Okay.
is our classic, and it's 308 grams. So that's about the medium range of paper calipers that we offer. We go all the way up to over 600 grams, but the norm is about 300 grams for these heavy artist photo papers. The whole idea is to create unique, one-of-a-kind photo papers that make the art impress the viewer. So they do not contain optical enhancers, brightness. They come with subtle laid lines. You can sometimes see the felt even show through the surface texture. This is very, very special. And what it does, it gives it a soft feel. So you may wonder why I'm wearing these gloves. And the thing of the matter is these papers have a skin. So, and you don't want to scratch that skin too much to maintain the deep colors in these images. So that's the trick. So we really use the surface to make the image good. So the 308, as I said earlier, is one of the most popular worldwide inkjet papers for fine art printing. You find it in museums, in galleries. Top photographers will use it. And it's very good for not only color photographs, but as you can see here, also especially for high contrast monochromes. The monochrome is also something, when photography started 100 years back, everything was monochrome. So we'd also like to give a hint that photography started very humble, very, very simple, and you can create that effect with the paper. The thing is, the feeling is unique, special. It boasts a lightly defined surface, and again, the three-dimensionality. If you think about, you go around a matte paper, you will have different angles, and sometimes you would get reflections. But the mattes don't reflect. And that gives the image a very, very naturally looking appearance in different ambient light conditions. So as I said, we can produce even the photo rack up to 500 gram. So we have that in steps for different grammage. But also we have other very loved ones that go back to our artist papers. Give you some example in the textured range, for instance, William Turner. It's almost like a sandpaper. It's very heavy duty textured. Is very interesting for certain deep looking nature photography. Or Albrecht Dürer, and these names you see it is very clearly that Albrecht Dürer and those artists in the times when they painted, we were already around. That's hundreds of years back. We were already supplying those papers to very famous artists, to include Pablo Picasso and others.
Really?
Absolutely, and they used it for even creating artwork that lasted for a very, very long time. So William Turner upgraded with the photo coating out of 100% cotton, traditional mold-made one. And really, if you can see it, it's stunning. Stunning images. You see the snowflakes. You can almost look through it. It's almost like you're in that situation. So you think you're there. It's not artificially glossy, but it captures the moment. And that's what these papers are all about. A characteristic field structure, ordinary, stunning fine art printing, and art reproduction with this unique artistic flair. Again, Albrecht Dürer is another kind, just a little bit different mold-made paper, as we vary sometimes the ingredients. Sometimes it's more cotton, sometimes it's more alpha cellulose. So this Albrecht Dürer comes with 50% cotton, linters fibers, we talked about it, and 50% alpha cellulose, also developed specifically for reproducing former art. So if you were to have a huge, unique piece of art and you want to give it to more than one person, you would actually bring it to a print service provider. They would scan it, and the scanning would 100% match the colors that are on the original art. And this is what this paper does provide. Again, no optical brightness, nothing that can deteriorate or even otherwise decompose. It has a classic, strikingly defined watercolor structure. It gives this special artistic touch to the image. And all these three grades I talked about, the Museum Turner, there's a museum etching as well in Photorec, they're also available, that's very interesting to notice, with handcrafted and hand-torn edges. In former times, people were shaking the mesh to create the paper. We kind of create that effect by hand-torn edges. We call it decal edges on all four sides. So even these printed ones can come with these edges. And think about you have an artistic work like that in a frame or without, that looks stunning in every environment, in any room with the right lighting. So this is what we do. A special position again in this range has, of course, the natural line. Natural line also is mud paper, but there the difference is those are sustainable, fast-growing crops, not cellulose, not so much cotton, but plants that are growing everywhere with much less water. So that is also part of our fine art. And if you like to know more about it, we just recorded another session just particularly talking about natural line papers. That is available on YouTube. So please feel free, and we will be more than happy to have you there and to share with you some of the backgrounds which go into that range of natural line one.
Thank you, Alexander. I mean, I'm always like mind blown about what you can do these days, but you know, it took the company 400 years to get there, really. So it's history in the making, and also today we still haven't launched that one product we've been teasing you about. Stay tuned; it's very, very exciting coming up. But so for me, if I now am inspired by Rana and Barbara, the watercolor books and pads, and I want to start painting, doing a bit of watercolor, and then I want to reproduce it and maybe, you know, give it to, you know, friends and family, if I'm at one stage that presentable in my art form, and I want a different finish, not matte, not smooth. Is there something else? What else do you have in petto for me, Alexander?
Yeah, when we came with the first papers, we realized, again, there's artists that want to have this photography look from the first photo papers. And photo papers, as you may also know, they're more glossy, they're more shiny, there's reflections. So we tried different things, and actually we came up with a range of coatings now, which give you exactly that. An artistic paper, a fine art paper, but with a look of an analog photo. And that's very special, and the way we have a whole range there. The thing is, how much gloss do you need? And there's different artistic expressions that you want to take. So we come up, over the years, we came up with a whole gamut of, if you wish, glossinesses. So it can start with a gloss range from a very subtle gloss, like a satin. You have it here, Evelina has it on the display. It's a light gloss, satin we call it. Then there is a mid-range gloss. It's a luster or pearl.
You can see the gloss right there in the sheen.
Yeah, there you can see that. It's not over much glossy, it's not so much shiny, but it's enough to represent the analog touch of a first analog photo.
Yeah, and then we have
And then we go further. There we have a paper, Fine Art Baryta. It's much more glossy. It comes more shiny.
Yeah. You can see the lights reflecting.
The lights reflecting heavily, but that can create effects like the watercolor. There's water, there's a turtle.
The depth of the water.
The depth of the water, the surface, you can see the waves. And this is what the shininess and glossiness does. So you can create, depending on what you have as a motive, very super interesting effects. And Baryta, the thing of the Baryta is Baryta was always used for analog photography. Baryta makes the paper being able to be in water and don't dissolve. So it's a special pigment that we also use and makes the gloss and the surface look a little different and a little much more alike like an analog paper. And this is why we have so many Baryta, because they're upgraded by a little bit of a Baryta, even though the papers don't require this, but it gives the paper a certain pitch, which all the classical analog photographers like, into that what they remember when they had to put the papers into baths and go with Baryta paper. So we use this, and it really gives the paper an outstanding final look. Fine Art Baryta Satin is a natural white fine art, 100% alpha cellulose based, has then a smooth, subtle surface texture, and it comes with that premium, really satin gloss finish.
Wow, okay, super glossy.
Perfect also for intense colors, very, very deep blacks. That's what you realized. If you go close, you realize there's this super deep black. We have densities 300% and more. There's no lights being reflected. The black is so dense.
Wow.
And that
so
makes,
it's that dense that it doesn't reflect lights. Wow, that's a live experience, because we do have so many like lights shining at us. You saw it with all the other prints. They did reflect, and here you have hardly any reflect. Wow, amazing, yeah?
Yeah, and it makes these images and pictures speak. No? It captures emotions and it transports emotions, because that's possibly like it was and like the photographer wanted it to speak to you. And it gives an outstanding sharpness. That's the other thing. I mean, our eye has limited sharpness. We always more sharp than our eye can resolve in terms of sharpness. So this sharpness is better than sometimes what you find outside. So you see no difference. On a screen, you may see a difference between real and screen. Here you don't. We go to the limit what's possible in terms of resolution. And only these papers with their special coating are able to do it. Yeah, Baryta, we talked about paper with a clearly visible, exquisite felt structure and a high gloss premium coating. Really, these papers and the whole range is setting new standards for photo papers, with their printing on both blacks and whites, and also the color gamut that you can reach, colors that you otherwise are even impossible to see. If you go to Florida, for instance, sometimes for the first time you see colors that your eye never realized they're existing. And this is what these papers can bring upon, because they're able to go that way. So this is really what we accomplished in the coatings and in the glossiness. And the barium sulfate, again, sets them apart from other glossy papers that don't have that ingredient. And we talked about the photo gloss Baryta. There's another one. that have very, very highly intense white. You may go to the FB for me one time, Evelina. So some people like to have a super white background, super extra white.
Crisp.
So we have this brighter FB. This is a whiteness that gives the image a contrast that's otherwise impossible to do. So sometimes, this is a Chicago, you want to use that effect because there's so intense whites in the background that you want to highlight.
It's
and
very
the paper
crisp.
does this.
Yeah, the contrast get much more intensive, and you have a crisp white, very brightly lit of wood. It's kind of like a backlit kind of situation.
Correct.
Amazing. And you have that all on inkjet paper, and therefore also with these high-end papers, with these luxurious finishes, you get these super, super cool results.
Yeah, and that's not the end of it. Now we come to a very, very unique one in the glossy range, and that one is called Photorag Metallic. Metallic stands for 100% cotton-based paper that's based out of our Photorag surface structure. And this Photorag Metallic is then even upgraded with a glimmer pigment.
Wow.
So it has this pearlescent gloss, this shimmering gloss, where you can actually see metallic surfaces, jewelry, waves, reflections, even shine more intense than on a high-end glossy one like the Parida FB. Wow. So this is Photorag Metallic, one of our very, very nicely positioned and very much liked high-end glossy papers.
And I'm not sure if you can see the difference on the screen, but I'll just show, this is not metallic and this is metallic. This is glossy and there's the metallic extra. You can maybe see that. I don't know if you can catch the difference when you go up close. We're here in that camera. So that's the metallic and that's glossy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you see maybe the difference, metallic and glossy. So that's
already
pearly.
sense it a little bit in the color of the white, because this one, due to the metallic effect, it's a little bit grayisher than the other one.
A little bit of a, warmer, and this is kind of more white. Yeah.
It's difficult to catch on camera.
You can, say that the sophisticated silver metallic effect, it's a
sophisticated.
lightly silvery effect, will do the following. It will do enhance motifs like metallic elements, like reflections, like ice, glass, architectures, waves, certain black and white situations, even enhance the image impression on the viewer. And this is what we like to do with this metallic cotton-based paper. And we're proud that it finally was able to launch, because it's very complicated to get it to work. Sometimes, it can take up to 10 years to get the combination of paper and surface coating really to be consistent working.
Okay. So this is all, it's a different variety of paper for printing, glossy, matte, smooth, and even metallic. But, J. Alexander, there is still like something else. Paper is fascinating, and there's so many varieties we've just got to know. A little branch of everything that you really do. A change of texture, a change of finish, a little, it changes the whole image. It gives you a whole different impression. It comes alive in a different way. It's a different art piece at the end of the day. Are there more digital fine art collection pieces next to the matte, glossy, and the natural line papers? And what are they?
Yeah, this indeed is a good question, and we have finally found out that there is more to surface than just paper. And we began upgrading canvases. Canvases is something that all painters and many painters has used. So it's another nod to our heritage, working so closely with artists. And we have a range of canvases, digital fine art canvases in the lower left corner here of the collection. And we also have a chance to give you an idea. These are different grammage and different weave, and also different materials that are used for these canvas materials. So there's artists that like to have papers, not papers, but really woven structures, like a canvas, where to print, or even where to
see that close up very well.
where to expose their photos. And we have polycotton blends, which is a mixture out of polyfibers and cottons. And then we do have full 100% cotton versions. We have in total we have 6 canvases, with all of them having a unique texture. Cézanne, for instance, is our heaviest, and it's based on cotton, while pure cotton.
Okay. And it's quite matte, it's grainy, it has that canvas feel, and you can even see the structure when you go close up, just as we see here in the close-up. Amazing, and that's called the Cézanne canvas.
This is Cézanne canvas, and as every artist want to have their own expression, I said, with the surface, there is on the other end of the selection of canvases, there's Goya canvas, and the thing about Goya canvas is it comes with a satin light gloss finish, so it will put the same photo, if you want, in a different light. And it may also alter the expression. So it's up to the artist to pick and choose out of our wide selection the one that he thinks
there it is
the best supporting for his.
Look at that.
Look at that. Yes.
Wow. I mean, that really looks like I mean, I like to do some canvas painting on canvas sometimes, but wow, I've never seen that, to be honest, because a canvas, usually you think it must be much bigger, thicker, grainier, and it's a combination of paper and canvas, kind of a thing.
Right, right. You can pick and choose the thickness of the fibers used. You can pick and choose
and these are made out of which?
Most of them are made out of cotton fibers. But the way the weave is done, there's 2-to-1 or 1-to-1 weave. So even with your clothing, you see different structures come from different weave. And that's what's done here. And also upgraded by the high-end premium coating comes about to make these images really shine like the original art that may have been an oil-based art. And now it's a reproduced art on canvas, for instance.
And the coating, what is the coating also like? Because you're so sustainable, you're eco-friendly. Is that, can I say also that it's vegan?
It is.
Really? I'm hardly like there saying it because I'm like, it can't be. I mean, wow, you know.
It is, yeah.
It has to be because of production, the regulations that we have due to the production side in the natural reserve area. Everything has to be vegan.
I didn't ask. I'm like, it can't be also vegan, but it is, of course, because it's Hahnemühle.
Absolutely, and it's nothing harmful. It's a mineral. It's almost like sand, but it's a porous sand. So the porous sand will make sure that the droplet from the inkjet printer finds its home and stays where it's supposed to stay. So it's nothing more than that, but the trick is how to get these combined.
And that's the art of it.
That's the art of doing it, yes.
Fantastic. Wow, I mean, I'm mind blown this time again. So those are the canvases and 2 different kinds. You have a few different ones. I think it's about time that we're going to do something groundbreaking yet again live for you, the viewers, as Hahnemühle has taken the responsibility to say, hey, we're going to be your creative days. This is why virtual open house is taking place. We are now launching a completely new product.
Yes.
Completely innovative, and we've all been like waiting for it. This is the moment. Now is the moment to launch your new product. Go ahead.
Yeah, we go ahead.
You're ready, Alex. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready? Yes, we are. The new product is highly inspired by the Photorec Metallic and its great success that we had. And what we did, we combined the metallic effect with the canvas. For the first time here, we really reached that we can say that it's a fine art media now, which has both. It has the canvas background, it has the canvas structure and feel, and it comes with an upgrade of a metallic surface effect, which again comes with a bright white. And the thing is that certain elements, especially here, you see some metallic elements, you see some waves, you see some things that they come alive, they pop, they really come to be as realistic or even as possible and shiny as they possibly could be. And it always is about a certain image effect. Now, what effect can an image have? And this particular image and others like these, they get their full effect if they're actually printed on metallic canvas. And it really guarantees that these bold colors and nuance contrasts and detail come out the way they have to come out.
And what I find really interesting, because this is the first time I've seen this, obviously you as well, because this is being launched for you live today here in Düsseldorf, Saxony, out of the N-Style Studios. I'm kind of being stuck. The glove that I'm wearing is, you can hear it. Like, I'm gonna go, can you hear that? That's the canvas surface in the back of the painting. Can we show the behind?
Yes,
because
sure.
you can see the canvas structure really well if you turn it around.
It's like an oil painting on
Yeah,
the
it's
back.
like an oil painting. It's a canvas. I'm not sure if you can see the structure, but if you zoom in a little bit, the structure is a canvas. Voila. And I was just like, because in the back, I kept getting stuck with my gloves.
Yeah, it almost looks a little bit like a carpet. You can think if you go to Louvre or sometimes you go closely to these paintings, that's what it looks on the back side.
But we prefer the front.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But on the
absolutely.
front side, the full effect of metallic, the surface finish, the white, the brilliant, that the colors, the depths, the nuances, everything shows. And that's what we finally, after trying for a long time, what we accomplished.
Wow. What an amazing portfolio you have already. Now you've launched the canvas metallic on top of that, live here with you. Dear viewers, dear friends and family of Hahnemühle, dear customers, resellers, artists, what amazing news. And I'm like, wow, I mean, this is groundbreaking happening live for you right here. And it also is vegan. I was like, can I ask that question again? It cannot be vegan. Yes, it is. Sustainable. It's eco-friendly. And it's also vegan. Wow, wow, wow. So I'm just going to check with my colleagues. Do we have our video call ready and set up to go? Because then I would say we're going to call Heidemarie Hinger. She's live with us. And we're going to say, hi, Heidemarie, come and speak with us. It's good to have you here.
Hello, I'm Heidemarie, and I'm really happy to be here today. I followed some of the sessions, and now it's my turn to talk about the Hahnemühle photo portfolio. Hahnemühle Photo is a basic assortment of inkjet papers that are ideal for the daily printing. The papers are easy to use, have a very good quality, and have an attractive price point. The different surface finishes like matte, gloss, luster, or pearl make it an excellent choice for standard photos, for photo books, or for photo prints. The papers are cellulose-based natural papers or resin-coated substrate materials, and combined with an optimized inkjet coating for photo application, it is ensured that you get the best print results for everyday printing. Hahnemühle Photo is a really good alternative to the Digital FineArt Collection. In comparison to the Digital FineArt Collection, the Hahnemühle Photo media have a non-textured cellulose paper base or a polythene-coated substrate material, and have an inkjet coating optimized for photographic applications. The comparative thinness and smooth surface of these papers make sure it can be easily printed and handled. With superior print quality and a resistance of aging up to 30 years, the papers in the Hahnemühle Photo range deliver the best results in day-to-day work and are perfect for photographic applications like mentioned before, standard photos, photo cards, photo books, or poster prints. At this point, most probably the question of who uses this paper will arise. These papers are used and preferred by beginners, by photo students, hobby photographers, or people who just like to have a nice quality paper. Actually, it's ideal for everyone who does not necessarily need museum's quality at home. The Hahnemühle Photo range is the choice of everyday printing. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you have a good time. Listen to all the sessions to follow. Thank you for your time and goodbye.
So good to have had you with us, Heidemarie Hinger aus Österreich, from Austria. There's me going in all lingual directions. That was Heidemarie Hinger, calling from Austria. She's the product and business development manager for photo papers. Thank you so much for also that input and the experience. Yeah, the canvas is already wow, and now you've launched the canvas metallic, super wow. I'm very impressed, and this portfolio is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Knowing that you have about 200 people working here in Dassel, I mean, that's a lot of work still. You might have to get a little bigger, even more. So, wow. Thank you so much for these exclusive insights. So now what I would like to know, and I'm sure you also would like to know, where can we buy all these new variations of papers, canvases, the canvas metallic? Where can we buy and test and get a hold of these things?
So the canvas metallic, in this case, as it's a canvas, and you probably want to put it on a stretcher frame, and you rather want to put it in a big place, big image, we offer this one in rolls of up to 50 inches, just like all the other canvases we've shown. Cézanne canvas, Goya canvas, all available in rolls up to 50 inches. There you go. If you're rather interested in all the other beautiful papers we have, whether the matte, smooth ones, the textured ones, the natural line papers, or even our glossy and everyday photo papers, we've got you covered on this one. All papers are available in rolls and sheets, up to 50, 60, 64 inches, or from A4 until A2 size. If you're unsure which paper to get, because that could happen with a huge collection we have. So big, we have a few mini gadgets to help you through. We have sample packs in different sizes. So the sample packs contain 2 sheets of every paper we have in the collection, divided in the paper groups we have. So we have one just for the smooth papers. We have one sample pack just for the textured ones, glossy, and also, of course, for the everyday photo papers, which Heidemarie just introduced us. If you're still unsure and like, okay, I don't want to do a lot of test printing, I know what my vision is, and I think I have an idea of which paper might fit, okay, still maybe as a little inspiration, we've got printed sample books. So we have the huge one, which we were looking at. Could also buy that. Maybe a little bit easier for home is the smaller version. And it has all the beautiful papers with the stunning sample print in it. So you can have an impression on how an image might look, whether the blacks come out beautifully, how the surface looks. You can feel the papers. You can choose the right paper for your image. This printed sample book will probably help you.
Printed sample book. I mean,
printed
wow,
sample
you
book.
go all out, really, huh?
Yeah, but we even have a little small extra thing.
Okay.
If you're just, because there are people who touch and feel is the most important factor. The look is not the most important part. So if you're all about the touching of a paper, we have the printed sample book even in mini.
Oh, wow.
So you can just...
Let's have a look at that. Look.
Touch the paper, compare the warmth of the papers, compare the surface structures, the textures.
The glow.
You can compare everything, and super easy. You can put it in your bag, and whenever you go, you can just find inspiration.
Where do I get this, for example?
You can get this at the shop or dealer of your trust. Just ask them. I'm sure they'll carry it. If you don't know an online store or a shop close to you, hop onto our homepage. We have a Find a Dealer search. Type in your location, hit the mark for the Digital FineArt segment, and then I'm sure somebody comes or pops up.
Here I am.
And then they will offer you and sell you happily all the sample books, all the sample swatches, maybe also some of our accessories which you have, signing pen duo, protection spray. We have postcards.
Oh, yeah, also like accessories or
we have a variety of products
accomplishing
the whole range. So making sure that your prints really last for generations. You can put your signature on, protect the surface. Different accessories supporting your art, really. And that all you can get at shop or dealer that you're familiar with or trust the most.
Wow, wow, wow. It's really endless. The options that you have, and almost, I think, the wishes that you as a user have, I think there's pretty much, you can answer to pretty much any wish at this stage and time. Amazing. This has been really super cool. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Cool. Thank you so much, Alexander. Is there anything else you'd like to add, to say? Because this session has been fantastic. We launched, or you guys launched Canvas Metallic. We can have another look at the Instagram page because you can still win a couple of kits there also.
Yes.
Look, so the Hahnemühle_imaging is the Instagram page, and I love how you carefully select images and also just put a lot of love and passion and really also connect with your artists, connect with fans and followers in the stores. There's a lot you can learn already about the company. Also, Evelyn, you said on the website, go browse the website, go also there via the contact form. You can even make appointments. There's experts standing, waiting for you for questions to be answered. And also you can get a video call and have a look into the factory, into the equipment, the paper, the manufacturing. And I was like, oh, can I call in tomorrow? Are you guys really busy? They're probably going to be very busy, but they're waiting for you. So do take advantage of these possibilities. This was amazing. Thank you so much.
One point.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, shoot.
There's one very interesting thing that you may not want to miss. We have a virtual gallery. If you go onto the website, you can go to a gallery.
Yeah.
It's completely three-dimensionally, virtually, and you can actually go close to these artworks, even on your computer, without having to buy anything. And please do it, because that gives you a very, very stunning impression of what they look like in a gallery environment.
Perfect. So go do that as well. Also, I do want to thank again Heidemarie for calling in with us and giving us information about everyday photo papers. Really excited to see the Canvas Metallic and the art on Canvas Metallic. And make sure that you do stay tuned, because we have another session for you coming up, Life Science. It's quite interesting how it affects us in everyday life and how we all need that very much. Thank you so much, guys. This was very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Thank you.